There you go. Here's your hug.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say the hook fell off and I can't figure out how to open it right.
Whenever you want to laminate those ones, you can back our final schedule or final list for
Okay.
outside.
Sounds good.
Hopefully, we don't have to do it outside.
Do you want me to back and laminate that with them, right? You want it
Yes.
laminated?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be good. All right. Someone says you can go outside.
For Lainey.
Look up her.
Hmm?
Did you look up to her? See what?
I knew there was something I was forgetting. And I was thinking about it.
No, I knew I would find.
Thank you.
No, it's broken because it doesn't move by itself. Oh yeah, look.
Isn't that so crazy? You put a mask on, I can't even tell who you are. What's going on, girl?
Nothing except sports.
So, are you able to get a team going for?
We have everyone signed up, but we might. Mr. Boehm said we might pull a few 7th graders to help us.
I was thinking about you girls, and I heard that Lauren and Tierra were coming back.
Or Kennedy.
Oh, or Kennedy, that's right. I forgot she left last year. Well, that's good. What sport are you most excited for?
And I'm only doing volleyball and basketball here, but I'm doing softball, and softball is my favorite sport. But volleyball for here.
Yeah. I'll have to go to your games. Maybe Ron. I'll wear my baseball finger. Probably not actually, but I'll be there.
Okay.
Awesome. Have a good day.
You too.
I do.
Bye.
Morning. You want to see those pictures?
I'm right there with you. I get Allison's too.
I've had it like every day. I also forgot my video mask and my mix mask, and then I also forgot my stuff. So I put it every day. So when I got out the bus, I was like, now they're together.
Rookie season. Missed, messing around. Every like that stuff.
I don't usually wear that because I have a day mask.
Right.
And yesterday we got mask because and use this. I know that's why they're supposed to be there. That helps with That's not. Oh, Oh, what's my other one at school? Guys, the bell rings. Yeah. Is this Lego? Oh my goodness, it's Legos. I want to see the Legos. Okay, you can read. It's not so fun.
Welcome.
I mean, Lydia, I'm sorry.
Guys, what is this?
Yeah, thanks for sharpening all those 3 pencils and making sure you have your folder and assignment book.
Higher service. You got that from fire service?
Oh, wow. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Spread out just a little bit. Let's put these chairs back so you can spread out a little bit more.
This week is bottom.
Kind of figure that tomorrow. Is that okay for you? Sports and stuff? Is that crazy? You guys are doing
I know who she is. I've seen that.
Yeah. And it has to be hard to feel like you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
What I saw, I was
Alright, that is the pack-up bell. Please make sure you are working on morning work.
You go in. Go in.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6. Let's go. You're listening for that pickup bell, and when I say it, you are going into your desk. 8. Nora.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ethan. Good morning, Kaylee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Garrett.
Good morning.
Good morning, Melanie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Abe. Good morning, Lydia. Good morning, Izzy. Good morning, Mason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sadie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Maren.
Good morning.
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Hello, Grant. Good morning, Judah. Good morning, Cheyenne.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sadia. Good morning, Asher. Good morning, Bria. Good morning, Levi.
Good morning.
Hola, Elias. And hola, Lena. Good morning. Awesome. We finished DLR, keep your desk. Here's some extra work pages, some math page, and some other ones on the table, or you may read to yourself as we finish up DLR. Right, there's a spelling page that we need to finish. Did we finish that one? On page 7. Melanie, good to go. Yep, make sure your any homework is turned in. Mason, you have that yellow page for spelling to turn in. You're 11, right?
Yeah.
Okay, double check on the spelling, please. And Lainey, I need your spelling sheet from yesterday, please. Okay, great. I'll remember. Grant, I need your growth.
We have about 3 more minutes before we get started.
What is it called? I think it's comments, not capitalized or something. It's proper, it's capitalized. Including the name.
pronoun is think proper. They're important, so they have to be capitalized. And common is like, just everyday stuff. We don't need to capitalize that. Yes, ma'am. What is it? A plural noun means more than one. So how would you say that there's more than one church? What word would you say? Mhm.
Bria finished the book, so she's gonna go grab a book spine. We're gonna fill up our library.
There's not one more minute. So if there's more than one of them. How would I say there's more than one church? There are
Reason and Lauren, whenever you're finished with DLR, if you could look around and see if there's any games from indoor recess that you picked up. Those can get put into put on top of the little powder here. Just there, and then picture Rika over there, Mason, if you want to go grab that. And I'll Great.
Alright, everyone has to put their books away, grab a dry erase marker, and flip to Thursday so we can go ahead and correct it. When you have your marker out, when you're flipped to Thursday and you're ready to go, give me a thumbs up. Almost there. All right. Correct these sentences. Number one. You guys okay if I take this off to read this? Okay. Number one. Emmy said us watch the news from 5:30 until 6:30. Who can come up and make the first correction? Oh, we got a lot of people. James, come on up. Make the first correction for me, please. If you agree with James, get a thumbs up. Yep. We got to put our colon in there. James, pick a girl for me to come up and make the next correction, please. No.
Alright, and as you're to make the corrections, I'm going to be coming around and I just want you to show me the front and back side of your paper. That way I can take a little grade that you did all four, okay?
You agree with Nora? Is that good? All right, Nora, can you pick a boy to come up, please? You can't guys Emmy for two reasons. What are they, Hudson? Say it loud.
Because it's A name and its beginning of a sentence.
The name and its beginning of a sentence. Hudson, can you pick a girl to come up now? Lane, come on up. Do we agree that us needs to be changed to we? Yes. All right, Lainey, pick a boy.
Levi.
The sentence has a lot of corrections, doesn't it? Yes.
I think the us, the two, because it was when and said to watch the news from 5:30 to 6:30. To watch?
I think that it should be we. Emmy said we watch the news from 5:30 until 6:30. What do you got for me, Levi?
Oh wait, I read the second sentence.
You read the second sentence? I'll help you out. If Emmy's saying this, what do we need? Call on a friend.
Elias.
You've been trying to do this every day, Elias. Did Emmy say the whole thing? Good. If Emmy's saying this, we need to have quotation marks. And what else do we need? Do you know, Melanie?
It makes more sense to put at the end of the sentence.
We could change that. I don't think that's something we have to change, but there's one more thing we have to add. Okay, so if you did that, that's not bad, but I think we can leave it at the beginning. We do need to add a comma right here. Emmy said, comma, quotation mark. We watch the news from 5:30 until 6:30, period, quotation marks. So, yes?
I added like PM and PMs.
You can add that. That's okay. It's just not necessary. Yes, Sadie?
I have changed the size of the tool.
You can do that too. That's just a lot more work. Okay? All right. So if you don't have these corrections, try to write them down. It's important. Okay? So let's do the second one. Jerry, Rachel, and Tony rides the bus to school this morning. Who has a correction for me? Sadie, come on up. Jerry, Rachel, and Tony rode the bus to school this morning. Do we agree with Sadie? Yeah, sorry. Sadie, can you pick a boy to come up, please?
Gage.
You can do all of them. Jerry, Rachel, and Tony need to be capitalized. Why, Gage? Say it loud and proud.
Cause there are names and Jerry the first word of the sentence.
Good. Izzy, come on up. Give me another correction, ma'am. Good. What does the two that they have there mean?
It doesn't mean like the number two, it means like going to.
It means I'm going to someplace. Good. Izzy, can you pick a boy to come up? Someone that hasn't gone?
Ethan.
Good. And we need one more thing. Can you pick a girl? Someone that hasn't gone.
Lydia. Someone's been right here at the door.
Jerry, Tom, Rachel, and Tony rode the bus to school this morning, period. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, awesome. Okay, common or proper noun. Is Burger King a common or proper noun? Cheyenne.
Proper noun.
Proper noun. Do we agree with Cheyenne?
Yeah.
And we can remember that something's proper, so it has to be big because it's proper. Okay? Is microphone a common or proper noun? Riley? It's a common noun, and we remember that because it's just a common thing. It's not important. It can stay little, right? All right, and the final thing, give the plural form of this noun. Who can tell me what plural means? I had a lot of people asking what plural means. What does plural mean, Grant?
It means like
It means add an s or an es or something because there's more than one. So what's the plural of church? We are going to many, Elias? Churches. Do we agree? We add the es. Churches. Good. Okay. Make sure that you have all the corrections on here. Tomorrow, if you guys notice, there's not a Friday on there. So for tomorrow morning, me and Miss Vermeer are going to give you a little quiz. We're going to pick 2 of the things or 2 of the days off of here. And that's going to be your morning work, and you're going to do it by yourselves. Okay, so if you want, you're more than welcome to put this in your home folder. You can put it in your home folder to study. And then tomorrow morning, we will have 2 for you to do yourself to see what you learned this week from DLR.
Everyone just keep that at home. I saw lots of good work. Everybody had all of theirs filled out for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you all got 4 points in your DLR already. So nice job. And we will begin with the pledge this morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can my whiteboard wiper come off and clear off the board for me, please?
And if my calendar helper hasn't done so, they can also put up our calendar date there. My librarian did a great job of organizing books this morning as well. And thank you for my indoor recess games crew for putting those games away. And my electrician is that Kaylee who's my electrician? All right, you can grab the lights. And when my whiteboard wiper is wiped on the board, you can grab lights and the door. Which is, that's fine. We're learning all. Okay. Mask break's fine. Today, our devotion is titled, Ozone. Our scripture says, now that I belong to Christ, I am right with God. Can you say that with me, please? I am right with God.
I am right with God.
From Philippians 3, verse 9. Who do you think wrote Philippians? Levi? Three, two, one. Best guess. Philippians or Philip? Nope. Hudson? Nope. One more. Elias? Paul is correct. He wrote it to the city or the town of Philippi, which are called the Philippians, but good guess there, Levi. Great, think about maybe Philip did it. Ozone is a tiny little gas molecule with a great big job to do. It's sort of a cousin to oxygen, which is the gas that we breathe. But while oxygen is made up of 2 oxygen atoms stuck together, create 2 little oxygen atoms, please. Okay, we've got 2 oxygen. All right, now put your nose on top. And that's our 3rd oxygen. And you have ozone. So that's our ozone layer, that blue strip that's kind of going over the Earth there. And this is our oxygen, right? 1, 2 atoms of oxygen, or molecules. But then you add 3 and you get ozone. It's interesting how you add 1 more molecule on and it becomes a completely different thing. Ozone has a blue color and it actually smells really bad. In fact, did you know that we talked about Greek the other day, right? The Greek word for ozone actually means smelly. So ozone comes from the Greek word that means smelly. Ozone mostly hangs out in the Earth's upper atmosphere and wraps around our planet like a huge shield. Put your hand in front of you like shield, right? That is the ozone protecting the Earth. And it protects us from lots of different things, like, well, what might come through the Earth's atmosphere that would be harmful to us, Ethan?
An asteroid.
Okay, so actually if an asteroid were to come through, it goes through the ozone layer, which kind of breaks it apart, right? It kind of slows it down. Mason?
Before the ozone, it was too hot for anything to live.
Very good. So what does the ozone layer do then with the sun's rays?
It keeps it, lets some of it through, so you stay warm, but not too hot.
Very good. Mason's exactly right. The ozone layer lets certain light come through so we can be nice and warm, but not that we're so toasty that we're roasted, right? We also have UV lights that come through, but not as much. And those are the things that burn our skin. How many of you had a really bad sunburn at some point, right? It does not feel good. What happens when you get sunburned? Hopefully you don't turn as red as that guy, but what happens? How does it feel, James?
It hurts when you try to move stuff.
How many of you tried to go to sleep when you burned your back? That's the worst. I've had that a couple times. Anything else happens when you get burned? Mm-hmm.
I got like a sunburn on my forehead and my leg, and my mom put like the lotion on to make it like really burn.
Exactly. One more, Cheyenne.
Your skin feels.
Right? And you get big flakes of skin that come off. My friend, her name was Lene. She went to Florida with her friend once. They stayed out in this Florida sun for almost the entire day. She did not put on sunscreen.
Ooh.
Look at Levi's shirt. And you get an idea of how burnt she was. And she got so burnt that she got sun poisoning. And she was throwing up and she was getting sick. She had so much sun in her that her body couldn't handle it. And so she got super, super sick. So that's why we put on that sunscreen. That's why we have the ozone layer. And even with the ozone layer, right, she still got burned. So that is not a fun thing for sure. Hands down, please. But it protects us from sunburn, the ozone layer does. And without it, those rays would hit the earth and cause a lot of terrible skin conditions. But think about like if you stare at the sun, right? That can hurt your eyes too. So, not to mention our plants would all shrivel up and die. So just as the ozone layer wraps around the earth, and this is where our devotion really comes in. The goodness of Jesus wraps around you and protects you, not from the sun. We have the word sun. That's what the ozone layer protects us from. If I were to change one letter, Jesus protects us from what? What letter should I put in there then? Lydia? Christ protects us from sin. The absolute worst thing about sin is that it burns up our relationship with God. But Jesus and God don't want that to happen. That's why he sent Jesus. So when you sin, right? When you tell a lie, or when you are lazy on don't do your best work, or if you maybe say a mean comment, little by little, those things, right? They can start burning away at our relationship with God if we don't go to Jesus. And so because of Jesus, we have that ability to be shielded
from those things and from those things that hurt us from sin. So when you believe that Jesus is the Son of God and you follow him, his goodness, kind of like sunscreen or that ozone layer, it's a barrier that keeps Satan from getting to you and from getting to your heart. And his goodness wraps around you, just like the ozone wraps around the earth. And it protects you from the terrible effects of sin. So let's take it if we lie, right? If we lie once, might not really make that much of a difference. But if I lie again and again and again, what's the effect of that? If I'm doing that again and again, Melanie?
You keep on lying.
Yeah, and what happens to the people that you lie to, Melanie?
They get hurt and you keep lying, trying to cover up the last lie that you made.
Right, and those relationships start to break down. Not to mention the relationship with God. And you can come up with any other thing maybe that you're struggling with. Maybe you're like, I don't really lie. That's not really something I struggle with. I know that I'm not supposed to lie. I tell the truth all the time, right? But so it's maybe not that one, but it might be something else that you struggle with by yourself. Maybe it's any other number of things, but you know and God knows what it is that you struggle with. Whatever that sin is, Jesus is there to shield you from those effects that those sins have. And that's the greatest news of all. We don't have to be worried about those effects when Jesus is with us. Super, super cool. So as we begin this day at 8:11 in the morning, will you please close your hands, fold your eyes, and pray with me? And we can thank you that Jesus is our shield. Dear Lord, wherever we go and whatever we do, we know that you're always with us. You're always watching over us and shielding us, helping us to do what's right. We thank you for that you are our shield and that you are our strength. And Lord, there's so many things that we struggle with individually, and maybe things that we wouldn't even tell anybody, or attitudes that might not be positive or God glorifying to you. And we know that they're hard to fight against. It's easy for us to want to do the wrong thing or the selfish thing or the thing that makes us feel good in the moment. But God, we pray that you help us to go to you, to Jesus, as our support. We know that he alone can give us the strength to fight against what the Satan tempts us to do, that he can help us to make the right choice through your Spirit. And so we pray that you help us in this day to make the right choices that help us shield from the bad things and to take in the good. Help the warmth of the light of Christ to dwell in us and to shine out to those who are around us. Help us to give an encouraging word rather than keeping it to ourselves. Help us to help those who are around us rather than just looking out for ourselves. Help us to think more about you than we do about what we want. And Lord, those are things that we work at every day. So help us to walk closer and closer in step with you, that we are more and more like Jesus every day. And that when we fall and when we stumble, because Lord, we know that we will, that we can go to you as a loving Father who forgives us and who listens to our prayers and who cares for each and every one of us, no matter the smallest things that are on our hearts or the biggest things that come up in our families or in our circumstances. We pray that you be with our schools, wherever they might be with this COVID situation, that you give DMC and Covenant the blessing of a full school year. Help us to follow in your footsteps and to obey the laws that we've been given, but to also do what we can to learn in ways that you have created us to as well. So we thank you for these fourth graders who are here and our teachers who are also helping around the school. Bless us in this day and help us to serve you in every way, and knowing that each kindness is a way to affect those around us for good. We pray this all in Jesus' name alone. Amen. How great. Fun fact. Ozone can also be made when electricity, like lightning, zips through the air. That's why you might notice a strange smell before or after a thunderstorm. I don't know who I was talking to the other day. Lady, we were talking about the rain, right? And how we love the smell. How many of you love the smell of rain, like after a good rainstorm, right? Well, when there's lots of lightning, you might notice a strange smell before or after a thunderstorm. In fact, the world's biggest ozone factory is the, say this after me, it's pretty cool, Catatumbo. All right, Catatumbo lightning storm. And you can read more about that on another page that we have here. But this is a Catatumbo lightning storm happening somewhere probably pretty tropical, it looks like. But I don't know that this is taken when lightning is coming at the same time or if it's like lapsed over time. But either way, ozone is created even during lightning storms. Pretty cool stuff. I'll take two hands, a boy and a girl. Let's take Mason and let's take Melanie. Mason.
I noticed something about the lightning. Some lightning you can actually see where it's coming up from the ground to the sky.
Oh, come and point where you see that.
Right here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because it can come up this way. Then we have some coming down. I think, would you say this one too, Mason? It's kind of coming up a little bit?
No, that's
Or is that coming down?
it's like a little flare of electricity off the main lightning bolt.
Okay.
It spreads out, and if it finds something to put the negative or positive charges, I forget. The lightning goes there.
Okay, so it kind of branches off a little bit like that. Mason used to be a meteorologist. You know so much about the weather and a lot of other things. Thanks for all your cool ideas so far. So fun, so fun. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. Take out your reading workbooks, please. Oh, actually, let's not do that. Let's do your writing notebooks, actually. Writing notebooks, please. We worked on work on writing the other day. We're going to do a quick round of work on writing to practice that station before we go. And then as we go into reading and some work on writing, Mrs. Bohr and Mrs. Prime will be asking you to take out your favorite part of your body paragraph. So I'll wait till everybody's got their notebook out and then I'll give you some instructions on that point, okay? I'll get you right after I give these instructions, okay? Electrician, you can also grab the lights, please. Awesome, thank you so much. So Mrs. Prime and Mrs. Bohr are gonna look over your paragraph that you wrote about your favorite body part. They're just gonna double check that we have complete sentences, that you've given them as descriptive sentences as possible. And then they'll take pictures of your body parts. So you'll go out in the hallway. So what you'll also need out right now is your first draft of your paragraph from yesterday. So please take that out as well. Then I would double check and see where, might be in another folder maybe. Maybe it was in spelling or reading. Just the one that you've highlighted, yep. Bless you. Sadie. Oh, no worries. All you have to do is go out with Mrs. Bohr, Mrs. Prime, and they'll help you with that too, okay? Alrighty, and let's say good morning to Asher and Gavin.
Morning.
Awesome. Still missing you. Oh, didn't see Levi? There we go. Awesome. Alrighty. Hudson, you find it? Great. All right, so Hudson, you can head on out with your paper. Can you go grab a blue folder as well to add in some extra words? The one that you highlighted. Yep, that's the one. And then grab a blue folder from the back. And then who's number 12? Can you raise your hand if you're number 12? Stevie, perfect. Can you go grab another blue folder? You can grab that paper, a pencil, and you can go out with Mrs. Prime, all right? And then you get Hudson, Mrs. Bohr.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, you're starting halfway down.
Yeah, we'll start halfway down.
All right.
Sounds good. Alrighty, then if my orange group can go to the reading corner, that would be great. And all I need is yourself. Thank you so much. followed by our yellow group in a one-way street. And then our blue group. And then our green group. Oh, can we try that one more time? There was a little bit of talking, so we'll have to try it again, but that's okay. We've got time to practice those things. Just a reminder, we wanted to try, it was a pretty big goal yesterday, to try to do everything the first time without having to redo anything, because the quicker we can do that, then the quicker we can get onto a spelling game. Raise your hand if you'd like to do a spelling game today. I think I would too. So if we can be efficient with this, then we can get onto our spelling game after that. So my orange group, will you go in a one-way street? And it gives us a chance to practice that too. We'll followed by our yellow group and our blue group and our green group and our purple group. Thank you so much. So yesterday we talked about work on writing. What were you guys writing about the other day? I didn't actually get a chance to hear what your stories were all about. Tell me what you were writing. Actually, tell each other what were you writing about. Well, I put this up. What were you writing about? I cannot wait. I love hearing about all your different stories. For you. 10 things you want when you're older. Give me one. A mansion. Awesome. Dream big. I love it. Oh, great. Izzy.
That I made a superhero that I made a candy girl. She's born with pink hair, so that's like she's
Oh, love it. And what's your superpower?
that she can make mazes of candy so that like around when they go through it, it's impossible for them.
Oh, so cool. Awesome. I'd love to see her on Candyman. All right, let's have a boy. Judah, what are you writing about? To be a chicken alien. You are becoming a chicken alien? I hope that works out for you. All right, and the last one, Gage, what are you writing about?
We going camping.
You're going camping. Oh, cool. So we had some lists, we had some fantasy, we had some science fiction, and we had some personal memories.
And we're going camping in October.
Sounds cool. Awesome.
Bringing goosebumps too.
It was awesome. All right. Well, we remembered, and we had someone show us yesterday how to do it well and how to do it wrong. Writing the whole time, staying in one spot, getting started right away, reading with stamina, and writing quietly. I'd like someone to show us, actually 2 people, a boy and a girl, to show us how to do it right, how to do it wrong, and then how to fix it, please, just so we can remind ourselves. Lainey, I'd like you to go to your desk and grab your paper, and then Lainey, pick a boy to also do it with you. Judah, already. And Sadie, who's next? Lainey's next. Oh, okay. Who's after Lainey? Sure. Right. Well, Lainey, can you quick show us how to do it the wrong way? All right, and then we'll have someone go in and do it the right way for you. We're gonna do the wrong way, please. All right, fourth graders, it's time for work on writing. Bring in your binoculars, please. And we're going to listen in. You can be on your knees, just please do not stand. And show us how to do it the wrong way. Okay? 3,
2, 1.
It's time for boring writing. This is so boring. Can we do something else, please? No! This is so boring. Can I play a game or something?
And see. Alrighty, thank you so much. Tell me what they were doing wrong. Marin. Yes, moving around, kind of distracting. What else are they doing wrong, Bria? They were not working. No, there were some pencils moving, but I don't know if there's really good words going down. Levi?
Keep on saying.
Yes. Give me a gas. There wouldn't have been complaining in 4th grade, would there? Everyone go that. All right. Show us how to do it the right way, please. Oh, if they keep doing those habits, are they going to become better writers?
No.
Will you become better writers? Will you be better readers? Because if he's talking and Lainey is getting distracted, do you think other people reading around the room is probably not going to be focusing on their book, but they'll probably be focusing on them too? Yeah, they probably will be. So show us the right way, please. And then Lainey, you can head out after that, okay? 3, 2, 1, action. It's time for work on writing. Please get started and work real hard. Everybody? And see. Tell me what they were doing well. Tell me what Judah was doing well, and then tell me what Lainey was doing well.
You was doing well. He was not smoking, and he was running the ball and trying to.
Good. And was he respecting his partners and teacher by doing what was asked?
Yeah.
Yes. So, that is awesome. What was Lainey doing well, Elias?
She was writing the whole time. She was saying all that.
And how did you know those things? Thanks for listing those. How did you know that? By looking at her. Yep, Jared, I have seen your hand too. What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, there's must have been something that you saw her do. That was really good.
She got started right away.
You did. Yes, absolutely. Were they complaining?
No.
No. So they could talk more and write more about become chicken aliens and Lainey, what are you writing about? Can you say that again?
The marshmallow story.
The marshmallow story. See, I cannot wait. That would be awesome to hear more about that. So thank you so much. If they continue in those good habits, are they going to become better writers?
Yeah.
Is everyone else going to become better writers?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Lainey, I'll see you later. You can go out in conference. And Izzy, question.
And the bad one is they probably have fun talking, but they wouldn't have fun with it. I mean, writing stories.
Absolutely. Hands on top. Look at me, please. Zoom in your binoculars on me. Thank you. Is the point of school to have fun? Or is the point of school to learn? Wouldn't it be great if they could come together and be both? Absolutely. So I love to learn through fun, but the most important thing is that we are learning. So if I say go, will you please go and start writing the whole time? But we're going to add a little bit of something new here. If I could have my secretary, please go grab the clipboards for me. And the clipboards are over here on the writing center. Yep, right there. I'm going to give a few of you clipboards so we can practice writing around the room. And you can just take them one, you can take them one at a time. Yep, and then just take them out and you can give them to me. Awesome, good. So a few of you get a chance to practice choosing a successful spot as well. Thank you so much. Alrighty. And then I need my bucket of popsicle sticks. So secretary, can you go grab my bucket of popsicle sticks? And if you're coming in from outside your conference, then you can just tap the shoulder of the person that's next. Go outside, right? You can either add more, add another chapter to it, whatever you're writing, or you can start a new one. But make sure that there's a title on it, okay? Awesome. So, when I say go, you'll have 10 minutes to do another bit of writing. But Kaylee, would you like a clipboard? To go around? You may get started. Levi, would you like a clipboard to go around the room? Get started. And you can flip your notebook to it, or if you would just like your notebook, that's fine too. Hudson, would you like a clipboard? Okay. Gage, would you like a clipboard? Lainey, would you like Eliza, let's clipboard around the room? And Sadie, would you like a clipboard? Or would you like to do yours? Okay. Melanie, would you like a clipboard? Then when I call your name, you may go get started. Cheyenne. Bria. Grant. Riley. Izzy. Lauren. Sadie Ann. Ethan. James. Mason. Jared. Nora. Lydia. Judah. Sadie. The minutes is slowing down. You can add on to your stories. You can create a new story. Just make sure there's a title. And fourth graders, am I here during station time? Not during station time. During writing time, I am. But I'm going to be at my desk because you guys are going to be in deep. Masks can be down. Oh. Sadie, can you plug our computer and bring it over here on Kaylee's desk so that Asher and Gavin can see what's going on? And then Ethan is not here. All right, well, on a scale of 1 to 10, typing 6, writing 5. It maybe become a little tricky to come up with more ideas as you went along, right? So that's part, and maybe some of you had plenty of ideas, but that's the thing about coming up with stamina, right? Having more ideas to keep us going. How do you do staying in one spot? You went around, say where you were. Some of us had to sharpen our pencils. Is that okay? You need to sharpen a pencil? It happens. Go sharpen your pencil if you need to, but you should in the morning have those 3 sharpened pencils. Number 3, getting started right away. 1, 2, or 3? Stamina, going along with staying writing the whole time, very good. And how'd you do writing silently? Thought we did very well on that as well. Out of all of these ones, when it comes to writing, which one do you think is the hardest? James? Why do you think writing the whole time is harder than like reading the whole time? It's hard to keep those ideas coming, right? And you have to just keep writing and writing. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that can be tricky too. Priya? On the vacation side. Elias?
Because sometimes when you're in the middle of a good book, you don't want to stop reading. So it's easier to read the whole time. But when you're writing, it's not quite as like you're not reading in the middle of the book. You're just writing of the book. So
You're creating the story, right? So it's more on you to keep those ideas flowing when you can read other people's ideas. I think so too. So we'll continue practicing these. We'll start smushing them together with Week to Self. And before you know it, we'll have all these stations up and running. So when I say what color you're wearing, you can go and put your writing notebook away. Oh, also when you hear that bell, we haven't practiced this yet, but when I hit that bell, then you put all your materials away where you found them. Okay? So then your notebooks go away, papers go away, in the right spots. Okay? So if you are wearing green, put your workbooks on your desk, put your notebooks away. If you're wearing pink, you may go. And if you are wearing any other color, like white or blue or orange or green, again, you can go. What? So we're gonna do stuff on our desks now. Yep, absolutely.
Alrighty. Very good. So your reading workbooks should be out, please.
To page 8. What page was that, CDN? 8. Very good. Priya. It will turn off automatically, so we'll have a break in a moment. All right, stand up, please. And when you have it open to page 8, you can stand up for me.
which one do you take out? This one?
That's our workbook. Yep, absolutely. All right, so we've been talking about expository text, and they have 3 features. Can you do the motions with me? And we'll start with expository text. Judah, we talked about how expository text on our paper over there, it's a type of writing or a genre that gives information and facts. And so we came up with some motions to help us remember how to come up with the features of an expository text. So with me, everybody, we have an expository text. Ooh, we have almost everybody going. An expository text has 3 features. They have facts and details. They have
Pictures.
all right, not too bad. I'm not going to say them as much as you are going to say them to me. So we have facts and details, headings and subheadings, photos, maps, and graphs. Let's say that one more time. An expository text has 3 features, and what are they?
Facts and details, headings and subheadings, pictures, maps, and graphs.
Awesome. Turn to someone, and we'll do those motions together. Maybe it's a group of 3 if you need to. Do a group of 3. Everyone's got a partner, though? 4th graders, tell me what are the features of an expository text? They are facts, details,
Headings and subheadings, photos, maps, and graphs.
Very good. Have a seat, please. When we are reading expository text, it's super important to reread. So we have 2 strategies. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. The first one. Oh, let's try that. When I do this, then you come off, then you cut off. Kind of like Mrs. Funderburg when you're doing music. Okay, drum roll, please. Very good. When we reread, it is important to find what parts we are understanding and what parts we are not. How many of you have ever been reading something? You can do it. I'd like to read all of it. We'll do it that way. How many of you, when you've been reading something, you kind of read a whole paragraph and then you think to yourself, wait, what did I just read? Sometimes I'll have that where I'll be reading a story and I'll be thinking about what I'm going to have for dinner that night. Like, how can my mind be reading my words, but I'm not actually thinking about it? I'm thinking about something else. So what we want to do when we're reading something we're not sure about it, we need to literally stop and reread it. So can someone read for me this paragraph here, right there? You can follow on the board or you can do it in your book, whichever one works for you. Nora.
When you read an expository text, you make it across facts and ideas that are new to you. As you read a world of things, you can reread the difficult sections to make sure you understand them and help you remember key details.
Good. So it's important when we're reading books like this to read them, repeat after me, carefully. Because a lot of the time, some of you might be reading expository texts for fun. I know, Gage, you like to read those animal science and things like that. But a lot of times we're reading this stuff for information, for research and things like that. So there might be things that are new to us, so we have to reread it. So we are going to find text evidence. So I'd like you to take out your magnifying glass, please. And we are going to be doing some detective work. Zoom it in on your text evidence here. If we have evidence, that means that we are showing or proving something with what we found. So you may not know, I'm going to read right here under our subheading. You may not be sure why a volcano erupts. So we can reread the section Fast and Powerful on page 4 in A World of Change. So this is from that story we read or the text we read a couple days back. So volcanoes form around openings in Earth's crust. When pressure builds under Earth's surface, hot melted rock called magma is forced upwards. It flows up through the volcano and out through the opening. Eruptions occur without warning. They have the potential to cause a crisis in a community. Everybody go, huh? I read the words, but I didn't quite actually process those. So I'm not really sure why a volcano erupts. So I'm going to read that last part again. Eruptions can occur without warning. They have the potential to cause a crisis in a community. Well, that part didn't really tell me exactly how it happens. I'm going to go back and read again. Volcanoes form around openings in Earth's crust. The pressure builds under the surface. Okay, so there's pressure. I'm thinking kind of like a teapot when you have that pressure that's coming up, or when something's bubbling on hot stove. So when pressure builds up under the Earth's surface, hot melted rock called magma is forced upwards. Okay. So I'm reading that the pressure is building up and magma is forced upwards. So I can kind of picture in my head that the pressure, that hot pressure, is what pushes that magma up to the surface. And so that's kind of why a volcano is going to erupt. So see how I had to really slow it down and kind of think about what it was saying before I could understand it. So I want you to take a second to look back on page 3. What happens to rock during weathering? So that might be the thing that we're not sure about. This is the new information in our expository text that we need to read. Repeat after me, carefully. Carefully. So I'd like you to go back on page 3 and find out what happens to rock when it weathers. You can read this actually I'd like you to read this independently. So on page 3, go back and you can write in the answer on the blank here. So once you've reread page 3, write in how rock changes during weathering. And fourth graders, let's pick out one particular paragraph. What's the paragraph that really focuses on weathering? Melanie?
Yeah, the paragraph, the second paragraph below day.
Very good. Let's do it this way, fourth graders. I would like you to work with a partner on this. Will you please read that third paragraph on weathering with your partner and work together to describe how does weathering break down rock, okay? So find your partner and read that third paragraph together. So you can, okay? We're on page 3. Cheyenne, I'd like you to work with Levi and Sadie since you're partners. Oh, you told Cheyenne.
Such as this causes landforms on Earth to swamp. Over time, land canyon completely collapse.
Okay, so you're in the paragraph, right? And it's how does weathering break down rock. You need a partner on the next time you do partner work. Okay. Did you write in your answer then for page 3? So did you read that paragraph, Ethan? That, okay. You going
It's called
for now, okay?
condensation. Over time, a large
Yeah,
collection
right now.
of deposits may occur in one place. Condensation by water can build up a beach. Deposition by the wind can create substantial landforms such as the sand dune.
Thank you for having a thumbs up when you're ready.
Right, what happens to the rock during the rise of
What happens?
paragraph
Gotta be focused, right?
here? What do we do after we read this page?
Then write your answer. How does weathering affect rock here? Okay? Yep, so new ways of doing things. So we're gonna work through that part together. So you read this paragraph here. Some of you got to the answers, some of you didn't, and that's okay. But weathering occurs when rain, snow. Can someone read that paragraph for me? We're gonna reread one more time. Sadie Navarro.
Weathering occurs when rain, snow, sun, and wind break down rocks into smaller pieces. These tiny pieces of rocks turn into soil, but they are not carried away from the wind.
Good, and then you swapped over to our answer here. And how did you answer this question of how rock changes during weathering? Lydia? Rock turns into soil. Okay. Anyone else want to add on to that? Something else we could add? Nora?
Weathering occurs when sun and snow breaks down down rock into little pieces of soil.
Very good. So rock turns into soil when sun, what else did you say?
Sun, wind, snow, and water.
All right. Sun, wind, snow, and rain. And rain do what? What do they do, Hudson?
Occur.
Oh, love it. Good. Occur. All right. Very good. So what's a motion we could do for reread to help us remember that good readers reread? Izzy? Reread. Let's do that. Good readers, reread. Do it one more time for me so everyone's hands are going. Good readers, reread. Awesome. Diagrams and headings is our next page. Read for me the top paragraph there under our heading. Ethan.
The section of a world of things is an expository text. Expository text is facts, examples, and
Yep, give it a try. Explanations is the big word.
explanations about topics. It may include text features such as diagrams, headings, or charts that organize information.
Good. So we got diagrams, headings, or charts. Those are all text features that we have under there. So we can actually add onto our table. Can someone take a big Sharpie? Someone who's been following along and really giving some good ideas. And that was Izzy. You can go grab a Sharpie from my bin back there behind that doc camp. And you can write in our lovely chart there. We're going to add in diagrams and charts. Yep, you can put that right over there. In another column, can you write in the two words diagrams and charts? Yep, on that one right there. Yep. Or under where it says text features. Yep. You can even put it right over here. Right next to it. Cool, thanks. Alrighty, so bring out your binoculars. Coming in on text evidence. A world of change is an, show me with your motions, expository text, which gives many facts about the Earth's processes. Each section has a heading that tells me about the section, and the diagram gives me even more information about the topic. Let's zoom this guy in. Let's see if it helps. Please put your binoculars on. Hopefully it'll help this time. Okay, that's a little bit better, huh? So we got diagrams here. We got headings here. Talk with your partner. How would this be harder to understand if I did not have my diagram? Talk about it with your partner. How would that reading be different if I didn't have this diagram to help me? And Lainey, I'd like you to work with Cheyenne because she needs a partner, okay?
And you wouldn't know how big the size. It would be just straight up hard because it's hard work.
Yeah, you can just go over by her desk, okay? All right, hands on top.
Everybody stop.
So tell me what you talked about with your partner. Why would a diagram be helpful? If you didn't have it, Lydia? Very good. She said it helps us understand what the text is talking about in a shorter way. So it's easier to see it when we have a picture, and it helps us understand what the text is saying. Good. Hudson?
It like shows what's inside a volcano, and it like puts the paragraph into one just small picture.
See, it's kind of a paragraph in a picture. Exactly. Very good. And headings too. Headings help us do what? Elias?
Know what you're reading.
Know what you're reading about. Absolutely. So take it by yourself here. Your turn. List 3 features that we see either on this page here or in expository text, and tell your partner what those 3 features are. So write 3 features down, then tell your partner which ones you picked. What are some text features we see? So write them down first and then share them with your partner. They've given you 2 right there. What's your question? Is it about the text feature part? Let me see if I can explain it. So if we talk about text features like diagrams, headings, they're like the pictures and things that help us organize what's going on, right? So we already gave 2 of these ones, right? Those are text features. You got to come up with 1 more and tell me what they do. How do they help us understand what we read? Okay. Let's do it together. What's the first one that you said? Ethan?
Diagram.
A diagram, and how does that help us?
Diagram shows the parts of something or a way of something.
Good. So they show the parts of something that we're reading about. Okay, give me another one. Second one. Sadie Navarro. Can you say it again? Photos. And what do photos do? Mm-hmm. What do they show? Mm-hmm. And not just made up or drawn, right? They are real images, right? Show real images. All right, and then our last one, Riley?
Headings.
Okay, and what do headings do?
Headings help you read.
They help us read, and what do they tell us? You want to help them out? Help her out, Judah?
It tells you what you're reading about.
Good. Help us know what we're reading about. Kind of like telling us the topic, right, of what we're going to read. Help us know the topic we read. Good. Good. Let's get one more maybe we didn't talk about. We got about 10 minutes before recess. Can you wait? Oh, yeah, Elias.
Labels.
Labels. And what would labels do?
Like on the picture, it would tell you like what you're looking at, that you're not like, what am I looking at?
Exactly. It gives us specific details about the parts in a diagram, right? Very good. Awesome. So we learned that we need to reread. Good readers reread. And then we also have text features like diagrams and subheadings and photos that help us see the processes that we're reading about and understand them a little bit better. What I'd like you to do is when I say go, is to give me a thumbs up that you've got all 3 there written down, and then you may put them away. So give me a go, give me a thumbs up that you've got all 3 written down. And once you've done that, you may put them away. I need to see the meanings of those 2. Make sure you have the meanings too. So what I've written down, you should have down too. Write the meanings of what they do, okay? Write the meanings of what they do. Good. Diagrams show the parts of something, photos show real images, and headings help us know the topic. Parts of something. Yeah, diagrams show the parts of something. Good. I need one on headings. Headings show the topic, please. Good. Thank you. Thank you. You're good, thank you. Okay, you caught up. Why don't you grab Ethan's, and during some free time you can grab his notes, okay? And then you can grab Elias's notes during some free time that you might have, okay? Very good. Alrighty, it is time we have about 10 minutes, so we can probably get our teams ready for our spelling game. Thank you very much. If I haven't checked yours yet, just make sure that you have that wrapped up, or ask a friend for some notes as well. My whiteboard wiper can wipe down our board. And I'm going to number you off by 5s. So when I point at you, show me your number. 1.
You have one. Like this. Okay.
One. One. I'll start over here, and then maybe you'll catch what the directions are. 1, 2. And when Gage comes in, he will be a 1. 1s, raise your hand. 2s, raise your hand. 3s, raise your hand. 4s, raise your hand. 5s, raise your hand. 6s, raise your hand. Nah, no zeros. There's no 6s. All right, number 1s. You're going to be a team in this, behind this row here. 2s, you're going to be in a row or in the back by, I guess we can't be on each other's desks, can we? So we're going to have to just be behind in that row. 3s, you're going to be behind in this row. 4s, you're going to be around the work table in that row. And 5s, you're going to be in the reading corner over there. But you're not going to go just yet. I would like to first tell you how we're going to play our game. Our game is called Spell Check. We have 20 words that we are practicing this week. And it's important that we spell them all correctly. Yes?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But it's also important that you spell them as messily and as sloppily and as hard to read as possible.
No.
Oh, correct that. You want to make sure that you're writing
Neatly and spell them as best as you can.
as neatly as possible as well. Exactly. So what's going to happen is I'm going to pick one detective from this group, and you're going to go out in the hallway. And in that time, one person from each of your groups is going to come up and write the word that I give on the whiteboard. That word might be citation, it might be Mr. Blom, it might be one of those words, might be sandwich. And you are going to one-shot wonder. You may not erase it. This is your only time that you get to write this word. You will write it as neatly as possible. And when you are finished and you think you've written it as neatly as possible, you go back to your group and you wait until everyone's finished writing their word, and they will go back. At that time, our detective will come in and they will decide which is the neatest written word, and it has to be spelled correctly. Spelling counts. And they might have this one and they might have this one. Okay, and then we'll have to decide, ooh, it's a hard choice. But, all right, that group wins. And whoever wrote that word gets the point for their teams. And then that's not it. That person who wrote it so neatly will go out in the hall and be the next detective to check on the word. So is it important that you are spelling neatly? Absolutely, if you want to go out, okay? You may go out twice. If you go out a third time, then we'll all just say, wow, you're an amazing, amazing speller. But then that person would pick someone new so that everyone does get a chance. But you all are able to write as neatly as possible, and we can get one round started. We'll finish this up when we come in from recess. But what questions do you have before we get started, James?
How long till recess?
How long till recess? About 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Hudson.
What if you don't get called?
If you don't get called, that's life. Sorry. Izzy.
Yeah, when it be easier if this color would be 1, this color would be 2, this color would be 3, so you can just stay now.
And so you can just stay in your own rows. Maybe for today, that would be a good idea. That way we can at least get to it. Lainey. The people in the hallway, they'll get to join later. Well, the thing is, you won't know whose team it is, right? It's a secret. You know what? It's about 2 minutes. Our clock is a little bit slow. So we're going to start this game when we come in from recess. Line leader can line us up. But yes, I think for today, that is a good idea. Was it Lydia or Izzy? Izzy will just keep our rows as our teams for now. Followed by what good looking group?
Orange. Yellow.
Oh, can we try that one more time? We're getting pretty good, but we don't want to walk through each other's desks. We're going to just wrap around. I know, it's so close. Let's do it all again. And that way you can all make sure that you have any papers or workbooks put away in your desk. And maybe James too, since you've got those things going there. Yeah, recess at 9:20. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll go get those. Alrighty. Well, line leader climbs up. Followed by which row?
Red, orange, yellow, and blue.
And then?
Purple, and green.
Gotcha. Okay. There are a couple papers on desks. We don't need them on our desks anymore unless you have to revise. But it looks like Grant, looks like Jarrett, and maybe Mason. Could you just have your papers away on your desk so we have a nice clean desk, please? And then I think that might be Marin's. Can you just have yours in your desk too? Awesome. See you later.
Yeah, but she said, last time it was boys and girls. This time it will be girls then. I'll be last.
We're just gonna do it in the rows now. It'll make it a little bit easier. Yep. Alrighty. So send up one person with their own dry erase marker to do the first word. Alright, and Olivia, you're gonna be back with Sadie and Julia's marker. Okay? Alright, you can come on up. The first word is going to be major. Major. Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong words. But you can still, you still wrote it right, so it's good.
We should have something so that.
You know what? I always put a list up so everyone can see how to spell it because you want to make sure that you have the ability to spell it. Yep. The word was major, even though that's for next week's words. I was looking at the wrong list. Okay, so you can take your dry erase marker and give it a check. All right, team. All right, team 4. You can put up a point for your team. Was that Hudson? All right, Hudson. So you can go out.
Hudson, you're 4.
No, I'm fine.
We're working on rows now, so you should be team 4. Okay, great. Working on more rows. All right, so I'll see you outside. You're gonna be with the team back there with your orange team, okay? All right, next team is, or the next word is going to be clay. So send up another person from your team. Erase the board. Clay. Oh, sorry. Looking at the wrong words again. The word is gonna be crunch. Crunch. Erase that word. Yep, erase the word.
Great. Wow. Oh gosh, she said clay. She said clay. No, you should make it bigger.
All right, everybody, good to go? All right, and detective, our word was crunch. Whiteboard, where are you? Can I have you wipe down the board before our next people come up? All righty, team 5, good. Green, or yes, there you go. So you go out, yep.
Wait, Lauren forgot.
She's gonna go out and mark it.
Who should be able to do it work? Because then they can't take their own team.
You make it wherever you want. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good strategy. The next word, send up a new person. The word is clamp. And the words are here if you need them.
What's the word?
Clamped. So let's wait until we're a little closer. And then go back to your seat.
The next word is plant. Oh, try not to touch each other. Thank you.
Just so you know, it could be wherever it wants.
Not in any order. Team 3. Next job, Mara. You are a detective. Next job. Next job. Yeah, Nora, you can put up a point for team 5. That's what you have. Great. Awesome. All right. See you later, Marn. The next word is alibi. All right, I like how this group back here is being focused and watching. You guys get another point. What team are you? Team 2. Josh. I give out points to focus groups and encouragers as well.
I think you did good, Wise. Pretty good. Oh. Are you good?
Ooh, these are all pretty good.
You did good, Elijah. Oh, you did good. Yeah, you did good.
All right, and then quiet on the set so that our detective can focus. The word was alibi. Check. These are all very, very good. Very nice job, everybody.
Good job, Elias.
All right, it is a tied game. This is going to be our final point before we go into grammar. So, Elias, we'll see you later. One question for y'all. Do you need to capitalize the words if they're not the first word of a sentence? No, so just have them lowercase. The next word is citation. So let Jarrett first wipe them down. So back up. Thanks. Great. Yep, thanks Ethan for this week. There'll be time. Yeah, sanitizing has all been touching that whiteboard. Close. Up and off your arms too, because some of us put our arms on whiteboards. Alrighty. James, will you let in our detective, please? And up your arms too. Up your arms too. Sir. Yeah, thank you. The word was citation. Tough one. But team 1. There we go. Nice job, everybody. And that. What? Oh, there's one.
I thought.
Very good. Wiper, wipe down our work, please. So that's a little preview into some spell check.
That was fun.
We're going to touch on some grammar. So if you're in my purple group, please go to level 0. Go grab your Shirley English textbooks. They're the ones that have a 4 on the bottom, the blue ones, please. And then my green group. Go grab your Shirley English textbooks. Yep, thanks for wrapping that around that way. you. I like how Sadie's gonna wrap around again right here. So then my blue group, you can wrap around in a one-way street. And then wrap around that way so that we're not causing a traffic jam. And then we're gonna do our yellow group. And Hudson is gonna, we're gonna go backwards. And Gage, we're gonna go backwards. We'll get it. We'll wrap around, grab a book, and then move on forward. And then our orange group. One-way street on back. And then wrap your way around all the way along the whiteboard and come to this one. Thank you. Page 9 for me. Page 9 in your textbook. Beat my finger to where it says Jingle 2. Okay, dude. Really too good. All right, so we have our first lesson in grammar today. We're going to review the parts of a complete sentence with our sentence jingle. We're going to listen to it once, then we'll sing through it together, and then we'll add a couple motions. After that, we'll talk a little bit about synonyms and antonyms. All set?
You bet.
Alrighty. Just take a listen.
Sentence is complete.
Just try to listen this way. You can sing it with me.
Meet. It has a subject, and a verb. And it makes sense with every word. Add a capital letter and a punctuation mark. And now the sentence has all its parts. But remember, subject and verb and complete sense with a capital letter and an end mark too. Our sentence is complete, and now we're through.
If you have your mask on, you can put it up. And as long as we are singing quietly, so at a level, how about have to do it at a level 1? We can sing this one together.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. No prepositions, not just yet.
Sentence is complete. 5 simple rules. It meets. It has a subject, and a verb. And it makes sense with every word. Add a capital letter and a punctuation mark. And now our sentence has all its parts. But remember, subject and verb and complete sense with a capital letter and an end mark too. Our sentence is complete, and now we're through.
Tell me, what's one part of a complete sentence?
It has to have a capital letter.
Ethan?
Capital letter.
It also has to have a, Elias? Subject. It also has to have what? Izzy? A verb. It also has to have what, Judah? Punctuation mark at the end. And it has to make, Lydia? Complete sense. Stand up with me. See if you can follow some of my motions as we go through.
Sentence is complete. 5 simple rules. It meets. It has a subject, and a verb. And it makes sense with every word. Add a capital letter and a punctuation mark. And now sentence has all its parts. But remember, sentences learn complete sense. Capital A and an end mark too. Our sentence is complete and now we're through.
Good. Have a seat, please. Very good. Synonyms and antonyms. Synonyms mean, Melanie?
The same.
Good. Beat my fingers to where it says synonyms and antonyms. I'm cutting there. So a word has a similar meaning. And an antonym means, Melanie?
The opposite.
The opposite of something. So give me a couple examples of a synonym for the word
Can't see.
Give me a synonym for the word happy, please. Hudson.
Joyful.
joyful. Lauren.
Glad.
Glad. Melanie.
Maybe excited.
Yeah. Can you be happy and excited at the same time? Sometimes I think if I can be both of those things at the same time, they're probably synonyms. Excited. Another one. Elias. Just fly away. It just flew out of the blue. Sadie. Surprise, maybe. Okay, anything else? Melanie. I'm thinking of another one. It starts with E-N-T. And an H. And a U. Melanie.
Enthusiastic.
Oh, very, very good. Awesome. Enthusiastic. And we could keep going and going and going. Now, those are all synonyms. They mean the same meaning. Synonyms, not cinnamon rolls or anything like that, okay? Although, wouldn't that be amazing? Oh, synonyms. And we got our antonyms. So for the same thing, antonyms, they mean the opposite. Tell me some words that mean the opposite of happy.
Oh, boy.
Okay, thumbs down. Not good. Give me an antonym, Bria. Mad?
Sad.
Levi.
Stress.
Oh. Sounds like everyone else is depressed because you picked their word. Man. Okay. Depressed.
Angry.
Yep, angry. What else? Sadie. Ungrateful. 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5. We got. Let's do one more. Judah. Disappointed. Yeah. And I was thinking of one. Crushed. Right. That would be another one. So synonyms mean the same. Antonyms mean different. We're going to practice our synonyms and antonyms with a game called Jeopardy.
Yes.
Have you heard it before?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No.
We're going to have Team Chips and Team Salsa. We have less than 15 minutes to have this game. Depending on how well we cooperate, everyone can get a turn. Depending on how much we talk and goof off, we might not get to everybody. It is up to you. I do love Jeopardy. And we've got Team Chips and we've got Team Salsa. So I need to count through and make sure that the teams are even. So let me do that and mentally think through that, okay? So here's at level 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. James will come in with 22. So let's do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and Marin. So Marin, Grant, and everybody here is Team Chips. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And everybody, Sadie and Mason on that way is going to be Team Salsa. And I'll see you later. Awesome. All right, whiteboard wiper can wipe down our board, please. These books can be closed up. My electrician can grab the lights. We have got Team Potato and Team Pineapple, actually, is what we're going to go with. We'll leave chips and salsa for later. But you guys are Team Pineapple. Awesome. Give me silent cheers for Team Pineapple. Oh, and then Team Potato. Over here. Great. We've got columns for personality traits, antonyms. So the opposite. You'll have to share the opposite of something that they're giving you. Opposite feelings. Antonyms for easy. Challenging antonyms. Which, gasp. What'd they miss? Hudson?
H by C.
Yeah, the H has to go by the C. Synonyms, and then miscellaneous. We're going to save that for a little bit later if we get to it. But for now, you can pick personality, feelings, easy, challenging, or challenging, and synonyms. The first person is going to be on the ends, so it's going to be Levi against Nora. Any questions? Yeah. Shall we see a practice round, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't really know like what to do. Like team the
I'll show you. I get so excited sometimes I forget that we all might not know what Jeopardy's got. So let's say that we have Levi and someone else on Team Pineapple want to volunteer just to be a little guinea pig. Gage, thanks. So you guys can come up to the front next to your potato or to your pineapple.
Maybe.
Yep, Gage. And let's say that, and you can face the board so you can see the questions. Face the board so you can see the questions. Face the board so you can see the questions. There we go. Let's say I'll start off with my 100 section because those are usually easier. So we'll see. For feelings, let's say I pick feelings for $100. What is an antonym for happy? You would raise your hand. The first person I see raise their hand, I would pick. And Levi says,
Antonym is so sad.
and sad would be one. But if we had another one, like maybe Gage had one in mind.
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I would say mad.
You would say
But I
mad,
didn't
and
know what
that would
was
also
happening
work.
because of the music.
So maybe we'll put that down. Okay. And then we continue. Now $100 goes to Team Potato.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
What's happening?
Right? So we get $100. Okay. Does that make a little bit more sense?
Yeah.
So then Levi would go sit down, Gage would go sit down, and then Bria can come up. And then we'd have our next person come up. And because Levi's team won, Bria gets to pick the next column. And she gets to pick which dollar amount she wants. Okay? So what would yours be, Bria?
Easy 500. Easy 500.
Easy for 500. So let's just take a look and see what that one would be. An antonym for what? Yep.
Dry.
There you go. All right, so that's how we play the game. And she would get it right.
Wow.
1, 3. So that is 600 to zip. All right. So we're gonna refresh it, and we'll start from the beginning. Nora, would you like to start, or would you like to watch it one more time?
I'll start.
You'll start. Okay. Go ahead. No, there's no daily double.
Oh.
Sorry. Gage.
Can we make a rule that you can't go to 500? You have to go downwards.
You may pick whichever one you'd like.
Okay.
Yep, it's up to you. Just hold off on miscellaneous.
Wait, we want to be
Levi,
watermelon.
you get to pick of one of these six.
Watermelon.
No, watermelon.
And Nora, you get to pick the other one.
Broccoli.
Yeah.
All right, Nora, come on up. Levi, come on up. Also, who gets to decide whose hand went up first?
Point to the person who gets to decide that. Point to the people who only get to talk right now. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to go. Ladies first.
I'll do feelings for 200.
Nora.
Busy.
Oh, I forgot to raise my hand.
Busy would also work. Excited would also work. $200 for Team Broccoli.
You
All
gotta
right.
do it.
And then moving quickly along, we got Bria and we got Ethan. All right, Ethan, what's your pick?
Easy for 300.
Easy for 300. Ethan.
Out.
That is correct. Out. Okay, next up, Elias and Kaylee.
Okay.
Okay, Kaylee, what would you like?
Easy antonym 100.
Elias.
Day.
That is correct. Nice job. I like the silent cheers. All right, if you think you're next, go on up. We are going to work from front rows back. So then it would be Sadie, actually it'd be Lainey and then Gage. Yep. Alrighty, Lainey, what would you like?
Easy for 500.
Gage.
Drive.
That is correct.
Back up.
Okay, next up, Cheyenne and Hudson. Oh, sorry, Sadie.
Just throw a 0 in there.
Hello. What would you like? Hudson?
We'll do
Easy for 200.
go, Hudson, go.
All right, final set. Sadie.
Just for
Fly away. Hudson.
take.
That is correct. Take. Is that for 200, sir?
Yeah.
Alrighty, Cheyenne and Melanie.
What
What would you like?
personality for 200.
Melanie.
Dirty.
Messy, dirty, either one would work. Good job. Judah is up against Jared.
Come on, Judah.
What would you like, Jared?
Easy antonyms for 400.
Oh, close, but Jared,
Slow.
that is correct. If you're up next, here we go. All right, what would you like, Riley?
Feelings antonyms 100.
Feeling antonyms 100. Riley,
Sad.
that is correct. No one has hit the synonyms yet. Interesting. There are still challenging antonyms, still synonyms on the board with many personality traits as well. Next up. So Mara will be next. So you go up against Lydia. You always work frontwards back.
Oh no. Oh no.
All right, Marin, what's your choice?
Synonyms for 300.
Lydia.
Quiet.
That is correct.
Good
Yeah.
job, Lydia. Lydia. Making the
All right, next up. And Mason. All right, Mason, what would you pick?
Synonyms 500.
Grant.
Smart.
Yes.
Word.
Nice try. Good job. Nice try.
Sadie and James. We are playing some synonym antonym Jeopardy. So can we remind ourselves what is a synonym again? Ethan?
The same.
Same what?
Say your what is happy would be the same as happy would be grateful.
So two words that have the same what?
Same.
Good. Can someone tell me what an antonym is? With that same kind of definition, Mara.
Two words that mean the opposite.
Good. Two words with opposite meanings. So Sadie and I'm sorry, your team did not win. So James, you get to pick a dollar amount from up here. So you've got antonyms, 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 or synonyms. And then there'll be a question for you. Synonyms 400.
200.
Oh, sorry. Try this one.
Raise your hand, guys. Oh my god. Sadie, you can raise your hand too.
Goodbye.
You know what it is. What's this one?
James.
No.
I'm sorry, gal is not quite right. Sadie, you may try.
Keep going.
It's a tricky one. Let's have someone from the audience. We will not count this one, but Judah, what would it be? Hyper? Let's talk about the volume. You can be loud, but you could also be, Elias. Well, this is a synonym, so it's something that's the same as loud. Cheyenne?
Unquiet.
Unquiet. Hudson?
Booming.
Oh, I like booming. How about noisy?
Yes,
Nice.
I was
Excited about that one. All right, so Sadie and James, let's try that again. Especially since James, you said 200. Synonyms for 200. Occupation.
That's even harder.
What does that mean?
An occupation is something you do to earn money. Like your parents have this when they go to work.
Moving on.
Not quite. Say it again.
You can work.
Work or a job would work.
Good job.
All right. That I would have swapped the 200 and the 400 for sure. Okay. Raise your hand if you haven't had a chance to go yet. All right, and this is gonna be the final round. Levi and Nora. Alrighty, Nora, what would you
It's
pick?
me. Personality and isn't it? I
Oh,
could
Sadie
pick
won, sorry. So Levi.
feeling antonyms for 400. 500. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Come on, you got this.
Nora,
Strong.
that is correct.
Nice try, Levi. Nice job. Nice try.
All right, but I would say even though Team Broccoli did win, silent cheers for Team Broccoli. That watermelon, you had good ideas. They just weren't quite there as quick. All right, we will play this again with other parts of speech later on.
Good
Yes,
job,
ma'am.
team. Good job. You tried disgusting.
And we will give them the benefit of the doubt. But we want to be fair for sure, because that makes it more fun. Okay, let's practice our one-way street. You may put your books away. Team Purple. Let's try that again. I really want to get this down. It will really help it get longer. In fact, follow me, please. You played follow the leader before, so Lainey's going to follow me. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, you gotta follow me. Follow the leader all the way back. All the way. Cool. Lydia, follow me, please. Everybody else follow my lead. Follow me all the way.
And Judah, you can put yours for now in that empty cup by ladies, okay? Awesome. All right, Grant, follow my lead. Follow my lead.
No, I was just.
Let's do words on purple, please. Look more books. Bring it back in. Follow my lead, please.
Oops.
Almost lost it. All right, that's a one-way street. That's how I want us to do it every time. I'll take hands a little bit later. What I would like you to do is my electrician can grab the lights, please. Take out your whiteboards and a dry erase marker and a sock. If you could pass out these purple papers, I would appreciate that. All right. Speaking of antonyms, tell me the antonym of a friend. Mason,
Enemy.
an enemy. Great. Let's get another one. Hudson.
Maybe like prey or bully.
Was that last one you said?
Bully.
Can you say it one more time?
Bully.
Oh, we're talking about bullies today in math.
No.
So I know. Okay, so what do you know? What describe a bully to me? What does a bully do, James? Doesn't let you have fun. Hits you, hurts you. Okay, now you've got a bully. So something kind of like.
Looks like a robot.
Something like that. Okay. Got our bully. But we also have, if you have a bully, he's probably pretty strong, either with his fists or maybe with his words, right? What's the opposite of strong? What's an antonym for strong, Cheyenne? Absolutely. And you don't want to be a weak wimp, do you? You want to be able to fight back, or at least, show love in the right way. But we might have wimps too. Show me what a wimp might look like. Give me, oh, I see it right there. Eyes are wide. Okay. So we've got our big bullies.
Why did they
Nothing against you boys, but we got BBB, big bully boy. Here we have our weak wimp. Now, I like how your whiteboards are not being used. Your dry erase markers are on your desk. You don't even need them. What we're going to be using these guys for today is to help us with rounding numbers. Now, when we are rounding, we have certain numbers that help bump up our numbers, and we have numbers that keep whatever number we're rounding to it's by itself, or it doesn't change. So if I have my big bully boy, he is anything 5 and up. Okay, can you say 5 and up? Bump it up. I'd like you to use your thumbs, please, as well. 5 and up. Bump it up. Repeat. repeat after me. Echo me, please. 5 and up.
5 and up.
Bump it up.
Bump it up.
All right. But we have our weak whip. Whew. What number do you think it will start with then?
Here.
Melanie.
Here.
0 to 4. So 4 and anything below it. So 4 or less. Repeat after me. 4 or less.
4 less.
Let it rest.
Let it rest.
Give me a 2-digit number. And then we're going to write that on your whiteboard, and you're going to show it to me when I ask you to. Judah? 99. Okay, now you have that purple sheet. But first, write that number on your whiteboard and show me. And then put your finger on that purple sheet. Thanks, Jared. I love how it's so big now. I can totally see it. Great.
What?
All right, thank you so much. Okay, great. So our big bully boy versus our weak wimp. Someone read for me that first paragraph on your purple sheet that says when rounding. Our markers are off to the side along with our whiteboards, and we're just looking at the purple sheet. Read that paragraph for me, please, Lauren.
When rounding, circle the number. When rounding, circle the number that is in the place in which you are rounding. The controlling number or controller is the number which follows the place value of the number which you are rounding.
Great. So circle up the number which we're rounding to. This is the ones place, this is the tens place. We're going to round to the tens place. So circle the tens place for me and show me your whiteboard. So the place you're rounding to is the tens, but the controller is the number after it. And we gotta decide, is our controller a big bully boy or a weak wimp? So let's look at that first. You can put your whiteboards down, thank you. It says draw an arrow from the controlling number back to the circled number. So let's do that together. Our controller looks back at our circled number. Show me your whiteboards after you've done that. The second step. Mason, read the second step for us.
Decide if the controller is a bully boy or weak wimp.
All right, which one do you think it is? Hudson.
The weak wimp
Our controller
is the weak wimp.
right here, 9. Remember, 5 and up is a big bully. Bump it up. So 9
So 9 is the bully.
is the bully. It is. So we know that we're going to have to bump it up. Someone read for me the third step. Elias.
Weak wimps go from 0 to 4.
And big bully boys are from 5 to 9. 5 is the leader of the pack, and he is the baddest bully of them all. When we see that this guy is our big bully, we got to bump this guy up. We bump it up by 1, and that 9 then would become a 10. Who picked this number, by the way? Judah, you picked a really great one because this 9 has to become a 10, and it looks something like that. And because this big bully has just smashed this guy, made him a bigger number, the rest of them all become zeros at the end. So to the nearest 10, 99 is closest to 100. So write the number 100 on your board and show it to me, please. Write the number 100. We'll do another one that doesn't have 9s in it. But I like that we did 9 because that's sometimes a tricky one because we have to bump into a new place value. We bumped into the hundreds place here. question, Hudson?
Can I be the number picker?
That was a question.
It was a very good question. What number do you got?
75.
75. Erase what's on your whiteboard. Write that number up. And we're going to round to the nearest 10. Show me your 75, please. Don't get too ahead of me, Leva, okay? Thanks for going. Just don't get too far ahead. I like how some of you even labeled it the place values. You didn't have to do that, but I'm glad you put that extra little bit in. Good. All right, our next step. If we're rounding to the tens, I'm going to circle up that place value. Show me that much. No arrows, just circles. Now I have to decide, which number is my controller again? Circled one or not circled one?
Not circles.
This is our controller. Draw an arrow from our controller to our circled. And show me. I love it. I like that I can see your eyes when I point at your whiteboards. That way I know you're following me and I am following what you know. Can't quite see. Okay, yep. Maybe leave a little space in there so I can hear it. Good, awesome. All right, tell me then, someone, 5, big bully, weak wimp. Izzy. Are you sure? Let's read that last bullet point there. It said 5 is the leader of the pack. It's the biggest bully of them all. So the 5 is a big bully. 5 and up, bump it up. So the 7 that we circled gets bumped up to what? Cheyenne.
8.
And 8. That bully, he took your lunch money. He took your chicken nuggets. He took your favorite scrunchie. And he took your shoes. He took it all. You got 0. You got zilch. Everything becomes a 0. Show that number for me, please. Don't forget, the 7 became an 8. So to the nearest 10, we've got 80. Good. All right. Erase those whiteboards, please. Let's do one more. This time, I'm gonna pick a girl. I'm gonna pick Riley Beal. Riley. What number you got? 42. See if you can show me all the steps up until the arrow, please. And then raise your whiteboard. Don't round it just yet. Up into the arrow. So do all the steps for me. Circle the place that we're rounding to, the 10s. Keep moving there, okay? Follow all directions. There we go. Good, good. Tell me, Grant, which number's our controller? 2. Tell me, Lainey, is 2 a big bully or a weak wimp? A weak wimp or a big bully? 5 and up is big bully. 4 or less, we let it rest. So it's actually going to be what? Weak wimp. When we let it rest, that 2, it's not strong enough. It's kind of like a weak wimp who couldn't fight back. So that 4 just stays the same. And because the weak wimp couldn't do it, it feels like nothing. It feels like it didn't do what it could. It just feels like a 0, so it becomes a 0. So to the nearest 10, 42 is closest to 40. Show me that, please.
Can we have a mask break?
I would be fine with that if you'd like to take your mask down, unless you're going to answer a question. All right, this one I'm going to have you do on your own. Give me a double-digit number. I had a boy to give me a number last time, so let's have a girl this time. Melanie.
64. I had a girl last time.
I did, but I had 2 boys the first time, and then I had 2 girls. So let's do 62. Is that what you said? 60. All right. Round, please. Show me all steps and raise them on your whiteboard. Mrs. Prime and I will point at you if we think you got it. Can you show me the final rounded number, Mason? Can you show me the steps, circled, arrows, everything? Can you show me the final rounded number, CDM?
I like this point thing.
Keeps
Kind of fun.
everything. I feel like I have so much power. Can you show me all the steps here so I know how you got it?
Like chippity poppity.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great. All right.
All right, looks good to me. What did you round it to? 63 rounded to the nearest 10 gives you, Elias? 60. Good job. If you had that, you may erase your whiteboards. I want you to do 5 jumping jacks. We're going to bump it up to a 3-digit number. I like the quiet work we're doing. That's awesome. Give me a triple-digit number. Someone from over yonder. Ethan. 352. Round it to the nearest tens place, please. Make sure you circle up the right place value.
All right, let's try again.
What?
Do all the steps. That wasn't a point, like, do all the steps.
Oh, double check actually. You rounded it perfectly. You need to circle our place value that we're rounding to. Our place value that we're rounding to. Good, and that 2 looks back. There you go. Now, we're all set.
Mine's out right here.
You made a really great mistake. Okay, can I show you? So we're rounding to the nearest tens place. So what number's in our tens place?
All right, so did you round
5.
it?
So we circle the place value that we're rounding to, which is 5.
Did you get it? All right, what's next? Yeah, and then what?
So now circle up our tens place. And our controller, put an arrow to our circled number. Someone go up in there with their whiteboard and show me, while I'm working with a couple others, how you rounded it. Go for it. Judah, just make sure that that's a 2, okay? All right, great. So now I think big bully, or is this a big bully or a weak whip? Good. So does this change? And just let it rest. The rest will become zeros. Good. Yep, perfect.
So,
Do I write it on the whiteboard?
Oh, yeah, you can write it on the whiteboard. Yeah, you're fine. All right, I like how Elias is waiting nicely. I like how Ethan has his hands full and he's just waiting. If I point at you, you can erase your whiteboards. Good job, Ethan. Thank you. Good job. And then we're just doing silent encouragements to the people who are up on the board. That way we're focused on what they're doing. We're not focused on ourselves. Thank you. Perfect. So Judah, tell me how you knew that 352 rounded to the nearest 10 was 350.
So, I looked at this number and I looked to the, and I looked at the two and see which one's to the near zero because you see the 10 number. So it was higher than the next one up. So I just minus the 2 and then
Awesome. So you thought about it. Okay, I can see that 352 is closest to the 10 of 50, right? And we also know that 2 is a weak WIMP, so it lets the 5 rest, and the rest becomes zeros. Nice job. Give them a hoorah. Hoorah. Nice job. You can have a seat. Erase your whiteboards, please. What I noticed some of us did, and it's such a good mistake to make now so you don't make it later on, is just picking that first number and saying that's the number I'm rounding to. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's going to be a number that's in the middle of the actual number itself. So erase your whiteboards, please. Give me one more triple digit number. Let's do Lainey. $250. Can you give me a digit in the ones place that's not a zero there? 250 something. 259. Round it to the nearest tens place, please.
Yeah, so now what? Finish the problem.
Show me all the steps. Yes, math break's fine.
Show me all the steps.
This guy, this
Show me all the steps. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're good through the. Good job, Sadie. Good job, Bria. Oops, let's go, Sadie, man. All right. Is 9 a weak WIMP or a big bully? Big bully. So what does our big bully make this number have to do? It pushes him up, right? The big bully says, and this number has to do what? Go. No. So if there's a bully and they're bullying this number, and it pushes them out of this position and makes it become bigger.
Someone go up and show them what's on the board. Who has it done? Melanie, go on.
This name says, I don't want the next number higher.
There.
So what's the next number higher than 5? So the big bully changes this number into what? Let's see what you want to do. Put in the big finger stone, so let's just give it a 6. What's your number? 6 would round to what?
All right, what's your final answer, ma'am?
260.
If you got 260, you're totally correct. Very nice job. Our 10's place is a 5. That 9 is our controller. A 9 is a big bully, so we thumbs up, bump it up. And that 6 goes in place of our 5. And that big bully, don't forget this part. Zoom in your binoculars, please. Zoop. This 9 always, if it's our controller, becomes a 0. Okay, cool. Let's do one more. We're gonna do 4 digits. Don't worry, it's still gonna be the 10's place. But give me a 4-digit number, Gage.
1,965. Oh my
Round this number to the 10's place.
This is gonna be hard.
4th grade math. Gasp. There couldn't have been complaining, could there?
No.
All right, we're gonna try it. We know how to do this, and if we don't, we got 2 teachers here who will help you.
Third grade, Miss Legacy always taught us in a roller coaster if you're on like a hill, and that's the same way with numbers. Because 5 is in the middle of like 1 and 10. So the roller coaster is going up, it will always go down. So if the number is going up to 5, it will always come down.
That's a good one
Oh,
way to
sorry.
remember it too. You're fine. Anything 0 to 4, it's gonna try and go back down. You can think of it like a roller coaster. 5 is gonna drop down to the nearest 10, which is there. Nice job, Hudson. I like that. Good connection. I'll tell Miss Legacy you remembered. She'll be so proud. All right. Someone come up here and show me their work. I had a girl last time, so let's have a boy this time. Let's have James.
And then 5 is a big bully, so it does what? Bump it up, right?
Do you think if I said you could do it to the 100's place, you could do it to the 100's place?
No.
We'll do one to do to the 100's place. That way you know. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at James. Why don't you stay up here for just a second? Let's take a look at James' answer here. He said 1,976. He did almost all the steps right. Can someone see where he might need to change something? Say it again. You bumped up both of these, but the controller always becomes a 0 after it's done being a bully or a whip. So change the 6 to a 0. Cool, awesome, nice job. Thank you much. Give him an upper claps. Just watch this one that I do, and then Mrs. Prime's gonna pass out a paper that you'll do with partners that helps you through these ones. So we're gonna do a big old number, a big kahuna of a number. What number might that be? 4 digits, please, Ethan.
2,500.
Okay. All right, put on your learning goggles, zoom it in. We did the 10s, we're not doing that anymore. Your whiteboard is going to be erased. You're not going to work on this one. Just watch this guy. We're not going to do the 10s, we're going to do the 100s, and that 100s is going to get circled up instead. My controller, call it out, is a Good. It's whatever's back here. That's 6. Big bully, weak whip. Call it out.
Big bully.
Oh, so if this is 5 and up, we are going to bump it up. We are not bumping up the big bully. He's already big enough. We are bumping up our circled number. So that 5 becomes a call it out.
6.
Awesome. So this 2, don't touch it. It's fine. It's okay. 6. And remind me, the rest become, call it out.
0.
All right, the rest become zeros. And so now 256,563 rounded to the nearest 100 this time is 2,600. So be very careful to, on your worksheet, notice if you're doing it to the hundreds or to the tens place, okay? Let's take a look at that sheet. Put your name, number, teacher number on your sheet there. Oh, perfect, thanks. All right, and then the directions, we are going to round these with a partner. I would like you to do the big bully for the column here. If you feel like you're getting used to it, you don't feel like you need it, then you don't have to on this other column here. But I'd like to see the big bully method for the A's through the E's on all of these ones. Take out your pencil, hold it up high in the sky. I want you to circle the bold word that says tens place. Please, numbers, letter A through J, tens place. Then, pencil high in the sky. Circle up hundreds place. High in the sky. Circle up thousands place. Whatever you circled here is the place value you're going to circle on your numbers. So for letter A, you have the number 48. What number are you circling up if you're rounding to the tens place? Elias? The 4. Okay, bump down to letter A, 673. You're rounding to the nearest hundreds place. What number are you going to circle up then, Ethan?
600.
The 6. And if you're rounding to the nearest thousands place, you are going to circle the in 3,429, Elias? The 3, okay? With the partners that I hand out, you may complete this. When you have finished this page, it's going to go into the on your whiteboards. And once you've finished that, there's a paper activity sheet you may do with a partner of your choice.
Yes, so when you're done, bring your whiteboard and your marker to me over there. Sound good?
And then she'll give you your page that you can do with a partner, okay? So Elias is going to work with Hudson, Melanie. There's a practice page that I have out that I also have.
Sorry.
It's that pink one there if you want to grab
Okay.
it. You may get started. Judah and Melanie. Lainey will work with Sadie H. Kaylee will work with Gage. Cheyenne will work with Jarrett. Nora will work with Marin. Hudson will work with Lydia. Oh, sorry, Mason will work with Lydia. Izzy, you're with Riley. Bria with Grant. Levi with Sadie N. James and Ethan. Chair rests only for reading, by the way. Chair rests and chairs are only for reading. Do the methods for only A through E, but do all of them. It is automatically
To keep picture of you guys.
Thank you. That's for me.
But you, I think we should be able to use it if you're careful.
Do you think it's safe to say that Judah's stuff is going to be Judah, Jay Lee,
Yes.
JL?
Yes.
Okay, so I have all of his stuff then.
Okay, thank you so much. If you want to check, I don't know if Amber is got a class or anything, but check with her about getting an AR code for him.
Okay.
That'd be great.
What the heck?
We only have to do one row, right? We only have to do one row.
You have to show the method of the big bully circling it with the arrow. You should do all of them, but it looks like you guys are, that's kind of coming naturally, but I want to see the circle method for these ones. But do the whole page. Show me.
There you go. See how they work together.
All right, this purple sheet, raise it up high in the sky. If you don't have it, it's either because I have it or it ran away from you. So if you want to find it, this goes into your math folder. Please do that now at a level 0. Thanks. Math folder. White sheet should be turned in. If it's not finished, then put that into your home folder and finish it for tomorrow, please. This guy, extra works, or it can go home in your take-home folder. Still it. Alrighty. What's one thing that we can work on as we go into the afternoon? Cheyenne.
No redos.
Yes, no redos. So I would love it for you guys to have that partner work time, but it's important that we can also hear ourselves think, and if we get too loud, then it's hard for people who are working on other things to focus, please. So that would be great. Can someone tell Hudson where we put that? Lauren? Take it home or extra work? Thanks, Lauren. Any other questions? You can save them till after lunch, or any other comments you can tell me after our lunch break. So Cheyenne, you can lead us in prayer whenever you're ready, and when everyone else looks like they are ready.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, please help us today to go please help anyone who has COVID, and please help them to feel better, and please help for people to play sports, please help them to stay safe. Amen.
Thank you. Today we have chicken teriyaki, rice, peas, and applesauce. Line leader can line us up. I was like, oh no, is it a bug? Ah.
Yeah, I did that once. There was a pencil
Thank you for just going with it though. Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't like a bug or a worm or something. All right, Ethan.
Well, me and Sarah can use these so we can
Thank you. Okay. Raise your hand, please, if you are not having milk, just so I can double check on you. Our normals. Judah is not, and Lady, you are not. All right, then if you have cold lunch and are not taking milk, you may line up. What do you think, fourth graders? Should we scoot our desks before we leave, or should we scoot our desks when we come in?
Before.
Melanie?
Because I'm full lunch and I'm in the second row and
Gotcha. And then when you come in, you have your lunch and everything. All right, so let's scoot our desks now, shall we? Yep. Scoot. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That looks good. 2, and
get Melanie's desk over too. Thanks, boys. Awesome job. Great. We should duct tape it right there. All right, we're gonna use this little aisle here. So tell me what color, and make a one-way street as best you can to find your row. Quickly, please. Color.
Rainbow.
Pick one color, please.
Okay. Orange.
If you're wearing orange, go. One-way street it. All right, one more color, please.
Black.
If you're wearing black, and if you're wearing any other color. Alrighty, on your way out, I would like you to round the number that I give you. We are rounding this number to the nearest 10. So if I give you 58, you would round that to, Melanie? 60. Good. If I give you 63, you'd say? Good. If Mrs. Prime says?
72.
I say 98. Good.
47.
32.
23.
47.
68.
88.
29.
Give it now. 45.
34.
76.
87.
62. 17. 245,629. I don't even know I can remember that number. Let's do it this way. 14,000.
You know that's gonna last.
666.
$99.
81.
39.
12.
27.
Ah.
I got in here and Haley still over there.
Hey, so today actually Hudson is gonna interview Taylor Swift, which Taylor Swift is okay, yes, you guys all want to see it. What?
I heard no son.
Okay, so James can meet Taylor Swift, and Hudson's gonna be interviewed. Just to make sure Hudson doesn't listen to Taylor Swift. Yes, and there's gonna be a quiz. Oh my God. Laura, I think it's amazing. Why do we take Marvel so very? Yeah, we didn't have enough left. Oh, yours are good. Oh, yours are good. Oh, no, I didn't.
They have mayo on my feet. It's okay. They're probably like crying right now.
I feel like that's all they have.
Okay. Melanie, would you like to go? So here's the test. Melanie, do you know that's actually the first thing I've never seen. I know. I was gonna because you have to how many people are always in let's say you are going to interview Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness. I just threw my lunchbox on my desk. I don't need a straw. I got my own. Right? Hudson, I just threw my lunchbox on my desk. What? I just threw my lunchbox on my desk. Hudson, Selena, go there. Abigail. What? Hudson, Selena, go there. Read them. You don't need Selena Goldman? Who's Selena Goldman? Jojo Siwa's best friend. Really? I can't even do it. What? Like that. Yeah. Even up to 3, I'm going to set a tape of them telling you. Okay, action! Yum, turkey. Cut! You say, why are you Jojo Siwa? What do you like about being Jojo Siwa? Okay, action! Action! No, now you're videotaping me. Action! Cut! You are Jojo Siwa's puppy. You are Jojo Siwa. From the bathroom. I was talking about that. This is a wooden hole. Have you know Jojo Siwa has a dog named Bobo? What? Bobo. Hi, Bobo. Hi, Bobo. Everybody named Bobo. Hey, Bobo. Bobo. Action. Hey, to beat Jojo. Did you shake up your milk? Soon to get to it. She put all of Taylor Swift songs on her playlist. Where's all of it? Priya did it. No, it was Taylor Swift. I landed my lunchbox like this. No, I landed my lunchbox like this. I threw it and then landed like I just threw it up my desk and I landed it. You're choosing my applesauce. Wait, she's an almond and she's walnut. Yeah, and you're peanut. Yeah. Marwin. Okay, I am Marwin. Where did the cow take her day? Crazy. I got it. Crazy. I just took a picture.
You get the best part. You're good at it. Okay. What's the next one? My cracker. Jojo C. Oh, I said Jojo C. I'm cashew. She's walnut. She's peanut. And she is also action. What about chicken is red?
Oh, you're spread farther apart.
Yeah.
You remember us, right?
That's probably
Yeah.
a good idea.
Remember we got again?
No, who are you again?
We have a new kid. Yeah.
I
Okay.
see you have a
Now
couple.
Jojo C.
We have 3 new kids.
Jojo C. The ones that we can
You don't have any?
Then sing.
I'm so proud that you remembered how to round.
Yeah.
You bring this back there, please.
We're gonna put assignments in for the day, and then we have library at 12:30. So what we need to do, we have a little bit of a bigger art time, so we can work on our art project. And we also have to talk about some tornado drill techniques. So we're gonna put our assignments in a little bit early today, but then we'll be good to go for the rest of the afternoon. So my calendar, help me put every calendar date, so let's say it together. Today is Thursday, August 20, 2020. And what color is it if you open it up to that day? Hudson,
Yellow.
as yellow as what?
There's a little thing on the corner of it at the edging. As yellow as the edging of that.
That's true. Levi.
There's yelling thing and
That's true. As yellow as the yellow magnet. Marin?
I was gonna say a lemon, but it isn't really lemon color.
No, it's not really. What kind of vegetable might it be similar to? Mm-hmm.
Gooseberry.
Yeah, probably gooseberry. Or I was gonna say like a spaghetti squash. Those are good too. Alrighty, so for Bible, we have Bible memory that is due tomorrow. There'll be time in the morning to say that to me, so make sure that you have Bible memory there due tomorrow. Extra math. Someone's eraser. It has some smiley faces and a heart on it. I don't know. I'll put it right here. Any math? No. Your grow is been turned in already. Science 0. Language arts 0. Reading and language arts are a 0, and you have a test tomorrow in spelling. Oh, actually, there is a math page if you didn't finish your rounding page. So I'll put that in there. Rounding white paper, yep. So we should have turned that in. That pink sheet is not due. Okay, anything else that I might be missing? Yes, sir?
Is it okay if I draw lines?
As a reminder, that's fine. Okay, cool. Sadie, did you find a joke for us? Yes? All right, nice and loud, please. An alligator's favorite what? What's an alligator's favorite drink?
Aloe water? Alligator juice?
Gatorade. Very nice.
Guess that.
We have time for a round of Grammar Jeopardy. Should we do it?
Yes!
All right, let's try it. Electrician, grab the lights, please.
Woohoo! This time we're not gonna be watermelon. Yeah. Should we do lemon? We're gonna start with lemon.
Yeah, can we put assignment books away? Yes,
We
please.
do lemon.
You can say that to me maybe at a different time. We're gonna do some Jeopardy now. We got 2 teams. All right, we're gonna start with since Levi got to pick last time. Levi, you can pick someone on your team to pick. Nora, pick someone on your team to pick. All right, what would you like, Melanie? Actually, one second.
Wait, what?
You can pick out of these ones.
Oh my. Oh.
Onion. Okay, Andrea?
Oh, yay!
Oh, did we go to, I'm sorry.
You wanted lemon too, I think. Did you want lemon too?
Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right, we're gonna start with Levi again and Nora. This time we have a few different categories. We have synonyms, we have antonyms. There's one that's called what's the category, and that means you have to decide if it's a synonym or if it's an antonym. What am I? Is this a synonym or an antonym? And can you name an antonym or synonym? So all of them will be synonyms or antonyms. Lainey. Oh, you're right. We'll just have to go with the flow. Sorry. Alrighty. So Nora and Levi, come on up.
You got onion.
Ladies first. Nora, what's your pick?
Can you name?
And you name for how much?
200.
Okay. Oh, Nora.
Carrots, grapes, cucumbers. That was only 3.
One more.
Tuna salad.
That would work. Fruit, vegetables, cheese, and meat. Got most of those there. Good job. Oopsies. Get that one. Okay. Oh no.
At least we can make different characters. Yay. Lemon.
Alright, so lemon for you guys.
Yeah. Can we pick
Alright, and then Melanie picked onions. I think that should work now.
Can me and her go back out to the No.
And how much was that for you, Nora?
100.
$200
No. 200.
what?
You have the onion.
Lemon is that?
Alright, we're gonna keep it on that side though. That'll help me. Alright, can you name? Okay.
No, so we're lemon still.
Alrighty, Bria and Ethan.
Come on, Bria. Go, Bria.
What would you like, Ethan?
Antonym 500.
Antonym for 500.
Antonym is the opposite.
Yes.
Not special?
I will not take it. Bria.
Don't care for.
What?
Not care for.
I'm sorry, that is not one that would be accepted. This is a wash. Maren, what would it be?
Unwanted.
Unwanted would work. Unusual, or usual, common, or normal. Alright, Maren. Alrighty, next up. Oh, I was James in there. James, why don't you go up with Elias? Alright, James, your team was the last one to get points. What would you pick?
What am I? 400.
What am I? 400. Elias.
A turtle?
Fish or turtle would work. Anything that is in the water. Good job.
That's 500. 400.
Lainey and Haley. Yes, Ethan.
Oh, you got this. You got this on you.
Oh yeah, we'll get you your pen at the end of the day today. Great. What would you like,
Lainey.
Lainey?
What am I? What am I?
For how much?
300.
What am I? For 300. Yes.
The pencil?
Good job. So some of these are synonyms, and some of these are like. Is that 4?
You got this.
Okay. Up next, Sadie. Dave.
Lauren on our team and she answered that question when Ethan and it didn't have any points to it. It was, I think it was 500. It didn't add. Yeah, so.
The one that nobody knew is a wash, so it doesn't go.
Oh, it's no one.
All right, Dave. Yes, no one gets it. They don't get it. All right, Dave, you're up. What would you like, Sadie?
What am I 200?
What am I 200?
I heard her
Come
think.
on, Sadie.
That was a tie. I'll take them if you both can say them at the same exact time. 3, 2, 1.
Fail.
Good.
So, we can get into the next question.
So both of you got 200.
Yay.
You can still answer the next question. Come on, Sadie.
Cheyenne.
Go, Cheyenne.
And guess. Give me the next one that you want.
Okay. What am I 500?
What am I?
500.
Come on, this is what is going on.
Yes, Cheyenne.
Ice skates.
Correct.
Yes.
Good job. Good job. Next one.
All right. Next up, Judah and Melanie.
My memory is
All right, this must be a synonym or antonym category. Go for it. Judah, what would you like?
Antonym.
Antonym 300. Judah,
Quarterback.
that is incorrect.
Oh yeah.
Melanie,
Amazing.
the opposite of terrible would be great or amazing. That is good.
Good job.
What did you say? 500?
Accurate.
One more. You had 300. It was 300.
It was.
No,
Nah.
it was 500.
Alrighty, Izzy, Jared, what would you like?
Synonym 400.
Can you say again, synonym 400?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Jared.
Quite dirty, like terrible.
Hey, dirty or terrible, disgusting, horrible, gross, or vile would be options. Nice job.
Oh no, they're getting.
Okay, it's going to be a pretty close game.
Okay.
Lydia up against Riley.
Go, Lydia. Last one.
Come on, Lydia. Get
Riley, what would
500.
you pick?
Synonyms 100.
Synonyms 100. Riley.
Nice. Good job.
All right, that puts us at Team Onion with 1,400, followed by Team Lemon with 1,200. So one game to one game. Nice job, everybody. What I'd like us to do is get ready for library. If you have any books that you want to return, please raise your hand. If any books you need to return. Okay, on your way out in the hallway, you can go grab them, but not just yet. Our line leader can line us up. Line leader can line us up. Followed by our orange row. Followed by purple. Followed by blue. Followed by yellow. Followed by our last row. Just remember when we are ready to line up in library that we line up just the way we did here, ready to go out quietly. And we will have a tornado drill at 1 o'clock. So it might happen that it's happening right when we're going, that we're in library. It might happen on our way from library. What you'll want to do is make sure that you are along this wall on the other side by your backpacks. You are going to go, you can look at Maren right there. She's going to show us. Her hands are going to be over, just Maren needs to show, but her hands are going to be over her neck and head like this. Her bum is down by her heels as much as she can, and she has her head down so that any hard things don't hit her head or hurt her neck, okay? So let's put our hands together like that and just practice putting it right on your head and your neck. So you want to cover your neck more than your head. Make sure your hands are on your neck. So turn around for me and I'll make sure you're good. Yep, good, 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 good. Awesome, good, wonderful. You do not have to go by your backpack. You just need to go along the wall by our backpacks there. All right. Elias. Oh, go grab it, please. Izzy. Can't quite hear Izzy.
And Mr. Brinks was telling red at first, and then once you get to yellow, it's gonna drop it start to be underneath like a backpack, but then it would get green.
Good point. So there's also a point where if Mr. Biggs comes in, he'll ask you to flip around. You're gonna put your back to the wall. Your knees will be tucked in so you can hear his instructions. Kind of like what Mara's doing right there. Okay? You're gonna tuck your knees in so that we're not tripping anybody on the way. Okay? So there's a couple of things, but let's go to the library. Grab your books on the way out.
Maybe that's the best part.
just realized that. Okay. I'll start you by Kaylee so you can see her. All right. We're going to read a story to get us into our art lesson today. You're going to meet an artist by the name of Claude Monet. Can you say that for me, please? Claude Monet. Where do you think Claude Monet is from? Melanie? Oh, yes. My orange group can go to the reading point. Followed by my green group. Followed by my blue group. Lauren.
Did Monet paint the bridge over on Lily?
You're correct. My purple group can go next. And my yellow group can go next.
Sorry. Okay. Okay.
Oh, we gotta try that one more time. Not everybody was focused on what we needed to do. There was some waving and there was some other ideas. So let's try that one more time. I'll call you over. Alrighty, my orange group can come. Followed by my green group. Followed by my blue group. Followed by my purple group. And followed by my yellow group. Can you say that a little bit louder? Oh, that was really nice of her, so she let you go and gave her turn. Gave it to you. That was nice. Thank you so much, Lydia. Alrighty, today we are going to be reading The Magical Garden of Claude Monet. Claude Monet is the artist that we are going to be meeting today. So as you read this, I want you to think about what kind of artwork, how would you describe the artwork of Claude Monet? And our main character is Julie. I wish we had a garden, said Julie. She looked down at the drab river which ran through the city. Even Louis the Greyhound was bored with being inside. As soon as I finish this painting, said Julie's mother, I'll take you on a journey to the most wonderful garden in the world. It belongs to my old friend, the painter, Claude Monet. They took a big black train beside the twisting river, far out of the city. And into the countryside. Then Louis began to run down the hill and into a lane where a huge wall stood around a mysterious garden. Stop, Louis, called Julie, but it was too late. Julie had gone. Julie didn't know what to do. She got down on her hands and knees and wriggled inside. I don't know about you, but when I was little, I would love to just imagine finding a secret place that no one knew about. It was all my home. It was like crawling into a dreamy world where twisting plants grew tall as trees. Julie ran around a corner and almost knocked over a big man with a spade. The man wore a straw hat and had a huge white beard. Oh, said Julie, I'm looking for my dog. Are you the gardener? I suppose I am, said the man. Come and look. And that is, you can call it out, Claude Monet. One day, these tiny seedlings will grow into big flowers, but a gardener has to be very patient, like a painter. Then Julie realized, you are Claude Monet, she gasped. Give me a gasp. Yes, laughed the old man, I am Claude Monet. Together they searched for Louis along the shady path, deeper and deeper into the magical garden until it seemed as if they had left the real world behind. Take a look at this page.
What do you notice about how the colors, how do they look there, Lauren? Okay, just blobs and dabs of paint. This is how Claude Monet used his paint. A lot of splatters, a lot of dabs, and a lot of splotches. What do you think that's a picture of? If you squint your eyes a little bit and just kind of look at how the colors blend together, what might that be of, Nora?
Like a forest with trees, maybe, and it looks like for some of his pictures, he doesn't use acrylic. Some of them probably use watercolor.
He used a bunch of different types of paint, but acrylics and watercolor were some of the ones that he used for sure. But yes, it's a bunch of different parts of his garden all meshed together. Under a willow, Julie saw Monet's umbrella, like a huge white mushroom. And there was Louis. He had a blue nose, a purple ear, and one green paw. Naughty dog, shouted Julie. You walked all over Mr. Monet's paints. I think your dog wants to be a painter, laughed Monet. Look, he's made a picture too. Then Julie saw Monet's paintings, laid out in the sun to dry. Clouds floating on a mirror pond, a field of golden haystacks. The brush marks glowed a row of wispy poplars, which are like trees, and like one of our friends had said, a little Japanese bridge, which is also. What were the topics of Monet's pictures? That is what you can see. What were his main subjects? Melanie? Nature. Yes. What do we call that when we have stretches of land that you would paint? What do we call that, Lauren? Landscapes. Very good. You'll be drawing your own landscape a little bit. They turned the handle on a rickety gate and stepped inside. You go a little creak. And they open up this rickety gate and step inside. It was like a garden inside of a garden, a wild, wet, watery garden where willows flowed over a silent pool. Together, they crossed the green bridge. Can I have James help here? You're going to see the opening of this painting. When they rode across the pond, felt like floating in Mr. Monet's paintings. This is one of his actual paintings called Bridge Over a Pond of Lilies. Bridge Over a Pond of Lilies. Do you see how all those paintings, those colors are kind of blended together? If you squint your eyes, it gets a little blurry, doesn't it? Mr. Monet wasn't really concerned with making everything look super exact. If you take a picture, right, it's exactly the way it looks in your eyes. Monet was more concerned with the colors, blending, and how light would catch his landscapes. If you look outside, right, you know that the sun, right, will go in east to west or west to east. Rises in the east and sets in the west. So even if we look outside, how the light touches our landscapes, it looks different every time that you would look at it. Julie heard the splash of the oars and birds calling in the trees. All around them, lilies sparkled like a midnight sky. When they reached the very middle of the pool, Monet stretched into the dark water and pulled out one flower, the biggest lily of them all, as bright as a silver star. A little present from my water garden, he said. They walked back toward the house, and Monet pushed open a huge studio door. Here is my biggest idea of all, he said proudly. I'm trying to paint the most enormous water garden in the world. When you stand in the middle, you will feel as if you have dived into a pool. It will be amazing, said Julie. For a moment, Monet looked sad. But to tell you the truth, I wonder if I will ever finish, he said. I'm old now, and my eyesight is bad. Julie thought for a moment. You only need very patient, he said, like a gardener. Yes, he said, just like a gardener. Then Claude Monet pulled out a big watch. Pull out your big watch. Big pocket watch. 6 o'clock precisely, he said. Time to eat. Waiting in the yellow dining room, and yes, Claude Monet had an entirely yellow dining room in his home in Paris. Surrounded by pictures from Japan sat Mrs. Monet and Julie's mother. "Here are your little runaways," said Monet. Then it was time to leave. Monet walked with them as far as the river. Louis wanted to say goodbye too, but as he jumped up, Julie's beautiful lily went flying into the river. "Oh, Louis," shouted Julie, "that was a special lily." They took the train back to the city, and even Louis was tired. The garden seemed like a distant dream. Give me a thumbs up if you've ever had it where you dreamt something, and then when you try to remember it, it just feels like it's kind of fading away, like you can't even really remember it. I'll have that sometimes too. But in the middle of the night, Julie heard Louis whining to go outside. She tiptoed through the apartment. Beneath the balcony, something was sparkling on the river. Julie ran outside and stretched into the dark water. She pulled out a lily as bright as a silver star. "Perhaps it's a little present from a water garden," she whispered. As the city slept, she breathed in the sweet smell of the magical garden of Claude. And this is a quick picture of the real Claude Monet. Julie was based on a real girl back in the 1800s who was a daughter of one of his close friends. And she loved art. She actually would go and visit him. He lived with, he loved anything that dealt with landscape. So he had his own home that had many of these bridges that he would paint. He was a perfectionist when it came to painting. If you're a perfectionist, what does that mean, Hudson?
You're usually pretty good at like painting, and you like to kind of be perfect, and your paintings are pretty perfect.
Wanted it to be just right. He would go and set up his easels, he'd go and set up his paintbrushes and everything, and he would go by his lily ponds, or he'd go by the river, he'd go up on his bridge. And if it wasn't right, you would not be surprised to see Mr. Monet taking his easel and his paintbrushes and throwing them all into the pond and throw them all away into the river because he didn't like what he drew and he didn't like what he painted. He wanted it to be just right. So he took his work very seriously, but he also had a loving family that he lived with as well in an actual yellow dining room that he wanted for his family. So what we're going to do in just a moment is we are going to create our own lily pond with our own lilies as well. But I'll take a few of these hands, Haley, Priya, and then James are the only ones that will do. Haley.
Allison, she's a perfectionist. Like, she'll take a picture on her phone and she'll be like, "No, I look disgusting."
Right.
And I'm like, "No, you look good."
So kind of hard on herself, right? Yeah, Monet, a lot of artists would be that way too. But you never learn until you make a few mistakes, right? And you do it until you get it right. Priya. Good. Similar to what he would be painting, right? James.
And I find a lot of the doors and shelves and stuff are yellow.
Yeah, so very much like Monet. What I want you to do is when I ask you to go back, I'd like you to, with your partner, put your desks together. We're going to be sharing some workspace together. So orange and yellow desks should be put together. Purples and greens should be put together. And then we will do our blues. We'll leave you guys separate on your own, okay? So you can go and do that. Desks pushed together. Except my blue.
You have to push it that way?
Yes.
Wait.
I think you and Kaylee are supposed to connect.
Or some of them were by the illustrator.
Wait. Wait, no. No, you need to go with them, and then I can.
No.
But it would work if you went with that person, and then I would go with Riley.
Yep, so we'll see how it all looks. Thanks.
move my desk because I don't want to drop the computer. So once she gets the computer off, I'll
Perfect. And Riley scoot to Grant. Marin can go with Lydia. And then Mason and Sadie and you guys can scoot together.
yeah, it's like that much bigger. It's like viewing.
Sorry, man.
I can show you how to get the
Okay.
Can I have my orange and yellow go back, sit on the reading corner, and then when I say go, you guys can find your seats at a level 0. And then if you were green or blue, you can go back. Thanks for being flexible with moving your desks together. Thanks, great. Right, and then purple and anyone else has a call can go back. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, wait, no, I thought you were talking about. Oh, yeah, I'd stay up late.
Yes. How to do the what? Oh, the orange part. Or to do the lilies. You can kind of do like little circles around it. If you want to look at the picture up there.
Okay, I did it.
Oh, you didn't want to.
Oh, that's that. Down. I kind of like mine, but I don't really like it. I think I put my machine. What? No. No, I'm doing it. Yeah. I'm doing it. Like I did the what the? Should I do the no? Oh, you paint. I already painted. Like do I do the extra?
Hands on top. I heard a really great question. People who are doing bridges are wondering what to do first. Once you've done your bridge, then you do your lilies, pads, do your white waves. Okay, lily pads, white waves, and then you can paint it off. Ooh, I like that. That's nice and windy. What? I've got some really quick bridges. Crooked ones.
Yep, I'm back. Ben and Lauren started doing great.
There you go. In there for waves. Oh, yeah.
Then you can come back and finish. Yes.
There's 8 kids in there. Yeah, there's only 3. She's gonna get 8 kids, 9 dogs, and 1 cat. She doesn't get 8 kids, so she's gonna get 8 cats, 9 dogs, and 8 children when she grows up. It's gonna be
Come on your ears, please.
If you like the top, that's fine, but some of the figure what level you should be at. We're at level 1 right now, which is fine. If you ever be turning around and do artwork, and especially be masked if you're going to talk to people.
Everywhere you under that. I used to ask you.
Class.
Yes.
One thing I almost forgot. When you're painting, are you paint like this? You're gonna paint one way, right? Either this way or this way. There's one way to do it. Yes.
On this side is the only side.
Oh, I like that. So cut it nicely, right? Very good.
I am absolutely fine. Why? You are so good.
Alright, so you guys can use your stuff, right? Anyway, you're facing, you need to face forward, but since you can't, you're gonna work to put your stuff over there, you're gonna work over there. Yep, take your stuff.
Oh yeah.
Head on, face the, just there, okay? Great.
Can I use that like?
You do. I saw
Wrong marker,
I promise to sound like Wyatt.
Just let me know. I can grab you a different
That's kind of cool. And I would make some small You can play it. I still want a lily pad
from the front there.
Can I see yours? Yeah.
Why don't you check one from up there? Check and see if you can find a nice fluffy one there. Check one, see if you can get a fluffy one from up there.
Are they I didn't get a
Good girl.
Still
something terrible.
Add a little bit to there too.
You should make one. I just made 5.
I'm gonna steal it. One of these. No, wait, I'm a baby.
Not very catchy.
You need to be glad. I definitely will. I better check. You didn't tell me that one. Yes. Yeah, you're gonna make sense. Little tip.
Oh, that. You need to cut that out.
I think that's the first time
So like he's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so cut them and then we'll need,
Yeah, it never showed itself. It was never showed I think
Forward, so you can concentrate here.
That's what I
Oh, you're gonna have to show This is crying. It looks like
Yeah, Prua, I know. Fine, okay.
Yeah, for now. We have about 10 more minutes before we're gonna clean up, so. Make sure that you are. Yeah, I can get that water going. Yes, up front and up front and they're up there. Try to find a nice fluffy one, it's not too dried out. Good. Your name is on it, so you can put it over here on the drying rack. And put it all and put it right here. Yes, there you go. I think
And it's hard to read because I'm tired.
The last favorite. I just like a lot of things.
so. I probably added just a little water so you can have a little bit more space there.
That's just what you don't
Hey, I've got clarity. I can't tell. Sometimes I want to face blue. Write instructions, just all the stuff you don't like. She's not the greatest sister when it comes to writing instructions.
She bites.
Yeah, she bites.
Who bites?
Yeah, we all have things.
How old is Claire these days, Lauren?
2.
Two.
She acts like
Same as real life.
she's not even a
This is
she's
like
big
a
enough
light.
to yell.
My brother wanted and we weren't actually like it already.
This pink around. So you get back. One of those kids. She's alright. I'm not. Are you using this one?
Yeah, tomorrow.
No, I want to go to bed, so it's Saturday. It's Friday. But then I go to bed.
I don't wanna go to-
No, all it is not going on bed. Then I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, because when I get all your races,
Ooh, it's beautiful.
I'm gonna go back. It's just like you're just afraid, like.
I thought it was
When you get your blood drawn, night pneumonia at the arm, I got X-rays.
You just finished?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so hands on top.
Everybody stop.
Gage is finished, so what he's gonna do is he's gonna take his entire map and his artwork, he's gonna take it over, I'm gonna give it to him. And he's gonna bring it over to the drying rack. And he's gonna be done for the day. Don't forget your mail, sir. Oh, I got awful. I got awful. Oh, you love the green. Oh, yeah, right there. I don't know. You just put it on a rack with your map. Okay? All right, grab assignments and fold it and mail.
My mom worked at Ace, so. Then she used to have her raise my sister. Yeah, you know, Are you done? Wait, the face one ready. That's the other one.
Can I see it? I order online.
I stopped, but nope, I'm not regretting my choice. Why? Something so weird. Actually, no, nope, actually I get nothing. I don't like my one day. I just
No, you don't, Laura. No, you
I look like my
do not look like that.
my sister does.
You like the purple so far or not?
I think the next day. I love that. What's are you doing? Or are you doing great?
I made my decision.
I'm not gonna regret my decision.
I'm not gonna regret my life.
I'm not even the pink middle of the
I do that
flower.
I call myself crazy.
Sometimes when I look at Willie, though, I get the feeling that he really wishes he could be still and silent. I watch him as he closes his eyes, frowns up his face, and concentrates. For just a few minutes, he's quiet. He takes a deep breath, Like a swimmer coming up for air, when he opens his eyes, the noises start all over. And then he always looks sad. Jill uses a walker because her left foot drags a little as she walks. She's thin and pale and very quiet. When Sydney comes out for the season, Jill's eyes are almost blank. It's like the light has been clicked off. She cries a lot. Mr. Gross used to put decorations in her hand and try to make it easy for her to join the activity, but it was like helping a store mannequin. I heard an aide say she was in a car accident when she was a baby. I think that's awful, to start out okay and then lose the ability to do stuff. Freddie, who's almost 12, is the oldest in our group. If you're finished, just leave it on your desk and we'll put them all away together. Freddie, who's almost 12, is the oldest in our group. He uses an electric wheelchair. He loves that thing. He tells me every chance he gets, Freddie go zoom, Freddie go zoom. He grins, pretends he's putting on a helmet. Then he pushes the controller to its max position and takes off across the room. Of course, his speed control has 2 settings, slow and slower. But to Freddie, he's at the racetrack. He zooms his electric chair around the raggedy old snowman, tossing Velcroed stars and bells at it, asking, Snowman go zoom zoom? Well, after Willie sent it flying and Carl tried to stab it with pencils, I guess it was a fair question. Every year, Freddie adds his own touches to the snowman, NASCAR and NASA decals like the ones on his chair. If you ask Freddie what date it is, he can't tell you. But if you want to know who won the Daytona 500, Freddie will know. And then there's me. I hate that stupid snowman. But I toss tinsel at it like they ask me to. It's easier than trying to explain. I have a large plexiglass tray that fastens to the arms of my chair. It serves as a food tray as well as a communication board. When I was younger, Mom pasted dozens of words on it, but I was still limited to only a handful of common nouns, verbs, and adjectives, some names, and a bunch of smiley faces. There are also a few necessary phrases like, I need to go to the bathroom, please, and I'm hungry, but most people, even little kids, need to say more than that in a day. Duh. I've got please and thank you, yes, no, and maybe close together on the right side of my board. On the left are the names of people in my family, kids in my class, and teachers. The name Sydney is not included. There's an alphabet strip at the top, so I can spell out words and a row of numbers under that. So I can count or say how many or talk about time. But for the majority of my life, I've had the communication tools of a little kid on my board. It's no wonder everybody thinks I'm an idiot. I hate that word, by the way, idiot. I like all the kids in my room age 5, and I understand their situations better than anybody, but there's nobody else like me. It's like I live in a cage with no door and no key, and I have no way to tell someone how to get me out. Oh, wait. I forgot about Miss V. And we'll meet Mrs. V tomorrow.
Just time to clean up.
What I'd like us all to do is this. If you could put your paintbrushes down and look at me. Send one person. Ooh, I've got almost all eyes on me. Send one person to pick up the water cup and pour it out in the bathroom. Please make sure to not let any colors stay in the sinks. Then I'd like the other person to make sure that the watercolors are put away in that box. One person water away, one person watercolors put away. Go, please. Make sure your brushes are also rinsed out. You can put those up here too. So brushes, watercolor here. Other person, toss out the water.
Should I also bring the oil packet?
Yes, oil pastels, I do still have them too. Yep, tuck right in there.
What do we do with
Keep them at your desk. We'll put them all the way together.
what do we do with the wet?
Wet paintbrushes, just stick them right in here for now. I'm gonna wash all of them because they all need a little bit of rinse. You can recycle.
I'm gonna do. Ethan is watching my part.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna finish these?
Well, for a second, art period. Thank you.
All right, then if you are ready and you have just your artwork that needs to be dried over here, then form a line and we'll put them away. There. Yep, with that on there too. Yep, matte and everything. Even if you're not done, yep, we'll let them dry here. Matte and everything. Great.
Where do we put these?
I'll put them by the watercolors and the other people.
One.
Mine is
I clean mine. Where do we put those? Just I have to take.
Oh, well, we will do that next.
Elias only has.
Can you bring your the mat that you had underneath it, please? And then Ethan will come and spray dust. We're almost done. Put that underneath it. Oh, another time.
Stop it. Here, sit. Here, clap. Elias. You can.
I was going to grant you that that is a rough draft artwork.
You're off a giraffe. You're really rough.
Even if it's not. Okay, then make sure that you have your desk wiped down, assignment books and folders on your desk.
What?
You get it? Anybody else?
Does this go in the cash or your second?
Either one.
Right there.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I can put. Do you think I can make it?
Levi.
It's hard having no pressure.
Good.
Hey, it's you.
See if you can find Greg. All right, then if you can put your desks back where they need to go in our rows like before.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Spray.
Ten, 9, find your seats in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm going to show you your math, your extra math pin for you. It's a 4-digit number. And I want you to find a place in your Thursday section of your assignment book to write it in so then you know what it is. And when I call your name, come up and I'll show it to you and you can write it down up here. Drea. Just put it at the top. Elias. Yeah, that's smart. Just put it on your extra math. 713. Ethan.
That was on here, on the.
It should be, but just in case. 2653. Gavin Grant. Hudson. Iffy. James. Jarrett. You can write it on your extra math card. That would be helpful. 0218 in your orange folder. Judah. This is the practice math box. You don't have to worry about posting anything tonight since I have to give you all the info. But just so you know, it's 9968. Okay, you can write that down. Kaylee. 4163. Levi. 2346. Lydia. Lauren. Mason. You're not. There you go, Melanie. Thank you. 65. Nora. Oh, okay, good. 1324. Riley. Okay, 0353. Sadie. Navarro. 35. Sadie 0315. Sadie H. Seven, 2, 3, 7. And Cheyenne, my favorite one actually. 8, 8. Good. Just stand up. Alrighty. 3 8s and a 1. Right, there is one secret piece of trash that I'm looking at. You can search for it. Elias got it. It was the tape right there. Thank you so much.
Is that your second time?
I believe I found the first one. All right, then find your seats, please. And we'll close in prayer. Go like this. Ah! Perfect timing. Let's pray. Our dear Lord and gracious Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the things that we could finish, the things that we could work on. We thank you for the games and for the artwork that we could also do. We also are
I'm so thankful to you that you have given us a home that we can go home to. Give us safe travels as we go there. Help us in this evening to get the work done that we need to follow in your ways. And Lord, as we know that you're our shield through Jesus, we pray that you keep us from harm and that you keep us from temptations and you keep us from sin that can keep us from a relationship with you. We love you, Lord, and we thank you that you are a God who loves us. And a God who hears our prayers. Forgive us of our sins and help us to think of pure and positive things that would bring a smile to your face. We pray this all in Jesus' name alone. Amen. See ya later. Do not forget your mail, please. I think there's one sheet on spirit wear.
Thank you,
Melanie.
See ya. Good night. Good night. See you later. I know. Just make sure that we don't forget. See ya. Goodbye. See ya. Levi. Oh, see ya. See you, Lydia. Keep that at. No, return to school. Okay. Yeah. See ya. Bye. Oh yeah, spirit wear blue and white tomorrow. See ya. Spirit wear blue and white, our school colors. Okay. Cool. See ya. Oh, there's one in the blue basket if I missed ya. See ya. Bye. See ya. Goodbye, Izzy. See ya. Let's see, shall we? CDH 7237 is the one. Get Cheyenne?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
How do you get around extra?
There's you guys at home. Papers on Monday that has a login code. Everyone got one, so double check, and if you still don't have one, then I'll print one off for you tomorrow so you can work.
When did you send them out?
On Monday. Well, I did notice that there was some papers here. So this is your mailbox. Yeah. So this is and that's why you picked it on. There you go. I'm so glad you figured that out.
What?
It is.
You think it's for you? Maybe. Maybe it's for
Is that your book in this order?
This is my book. Let's see, what we got?
Ooh, live stream.